Hey there, guys. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of God. I'm trying to fix a problem, so I'm not exactly sure where I'm supposed to start here. But welcome to another episode, Breath of the Wild. So everybody on Twitch can be seen. Currently, Social Stream Ninja does not want me to let the YouTube be seen. So I don't know what to say other than my condolences. Poor YouTube, yeah. Let me see what I can do here. How is everyone? How is everyone in health and spirit today? Let's just refresh this. Yeah, it wants to say I'm using an older version of my browser. Please update it. I would love to do that, but this is irksome. Well, the timer's already up. I'm just gonna have to try to fix it during the 5 minutes we have break, or 3 minutes we have break, excuse me. And in the meantime, I will just have to manually pull up YouTube, manually pull up the chat, and just, like, have it off to the side. I promise I'll read comments in just a second. Okay, I've got the pop-up. I'm gonna have to put it in front of the combined chat doc because I can already see Twitch just separately. There are things I have to do with the overlay on Twitch specifically. Nothing else works. So for now, I'm just gonna have to toggle back and forth between these windows. Before we get started, I want to take a moment and just thank everybody for their subscriptions and their donations as well. Thank you to Epona Croutons for their Prime subscription. Please enjoy all of the Prime privileges that come with that subscription. Emotes, Discord privileges, the whole works. Thank you to Devious Grace for their gift to Rasby, the player, and Sizzling Seal for their Tier 1 subscriptions. Please enjoy the cutout of all ads as well as all of the rest of the privileges that you get that you would have had if you would just use a Prime subscription instead. I hope you guys enjoy everything that is a part of those packages. Whoops, that is incorrect. Let's see. I don't have any current donators at this time, but I do want to thank people who have donated in the past. Especially appreciated. The donations definitely made a difference. Bank fees, everything else, really. Let's go ahead and switch scenes. Ignore the timer. And apparently, let me also fix my camera because it's too sharp for whatever reason. I look like an aberrant mess. Gonna have to go to the recording scene a second here. Just fix these filters. So sorry. There we go. I look a little bit less pixelated. Okay. Doing well. Awesome. Awesome, Epona Croutons. Absolutely fantastic. Let me also just make sure that the microphone is on the correct track. Should be, otherwise nobody would be able to hear me right now. You have a nice lunch while you watch? Rice, shrimp, salmon, and tuna mixed with Brussels sprouts. And rice. You said rice twice, but maybe there's just that much rice that you needed to say it twice. Rice is nice. Very true. Okay, I probably don't need that chat doc to be that size. Also, Rice Gang, rise up. Thank you, Sizzling Seal. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully everybody is doing well. I already said that. Sizzling Seal, I hope you are doing well in health and spirit today. Good to see you, along with Epona Croutons. I hope you both enjoy your stay. I need you two to answer me a question. I have a little alert to let me, like a little audio cue to let me know that you guys are speaking to me, in case my eyes happen to be somewhere else. Are you guys hearing beeping, like a little bit of a noise, when you're typing messages into the chat? Not because the Twitch chat itself is... Okay. If you both don't hear anything, then we're good. No? Okay. Just, I'm making sure. The little beep is supposed to be for yours truly, and not for anyone else, so... If you can hear it, or you're suddenly able to hear it, please do let me know. Last time on Breath of the Wild, we started the whole process of clearing out a whole bunch. Lurking at work. Hey there, Devious Grace. Oh, also shoutouts are in order, because I totally forgot. There are 2 shoutouts, but welcome in, Devious Grace. Hopefully things at work are going well for you, and you are well in health and spirit. I'd ask other questions, but you're at work, so I'm going to leave you to it. But here come those shoutouts. Yeah, I definitely need to, like, fix this. Like, I would like you guys to be able to see your messages, absolutely, but at the same time, though, what is going on with this? I'm getting, like, a phantom third window when I shouldn't be. Let's not magnify the font. Copy this. Give me 1 second. I'm having to fix technical issues. Coin thought this was a good idea. Turns out, no. It's actually kind of a bad idea. And then I need to... It should be here. Properties. There. It's gonna force all the messages out, but it should be back to normal size now. That I thought maybe... I was trying to find some balance. Test. Okay. I believe that will be much better for us. The chat box still, takes up the same amount of room, but individual messages are, like, less chunky. And now it won't scroll at like 50 miles a minute trying to display all the text messages. There'll actually get to be quite a few of them before stuff happens. Thank you guys for being present too. It's really nice to have people to test this with. I can't tell you the number of times where, I know, faux pas incoming. I'd be streaming and there'd be nobody around and I'd have to test something, and to my perception, it's either fine or not a big deal, or, my exact thought process might be similar to what I said earlier, in that, oh, well, the chat box is about the same size. What's the harm to it? But thank you. I appreciate it. I tied it up real good this morning. I have the knot here is called a Trinity knot. It's not really noticeable on camera unless you like zoom in your browser a whole bunch. But yeah, I've tied it up into a pretty nice knot. I know a few special knots besides the four in hand. It's really not too difficult once you train your hands to go through the motions. Anybody can wear a tie. Absolutely anybody can wear a tie. And while I can't tie bow ties, I can tie the long ties. Just about everybody can do a four in hand or a simple knot if given enough training. And, girls with blouses or parkers can wear them. Men in traditional suits, or even, the whole emo thing, the emo look where sometimes there's just a loosened tie. That's made using a simple knot, I'm pretty sure. And you just don't cinch it up all the way. You always have to look up a YouTube video how to tie a tie, so you stick with pre-tied, good lord. Yes, Coin, there are two T's there. There are actually not two T's there. I stick with pre-tied bow ties a lot. Okay. When Coin is done mangling the sentence, he'll now say, completely valid. My dad can't tie a tie. He has to get clip-ons if he ever has to use them. He's retired, though, so he really never has to do so. Which is, I guess, nice in its own right. The thing I'll say about training yourself to tie ties, if it's a skill you're looking to cultivate, I recommend... I'd have to look it up. I'll look it up over break, but there's a YouTuber out there who makes videos on a whole bunch of ties. Really good instructional material. I'll put that channel in chat too later, but that's how I learned some of the more technical ones, like the Trinity knot or the Windsor, half Windsor. Trinity is just a couple of extra steps on top of a Windsor, by the way. So if you know how to tie a Windsor, or you know how to tie a four in hand, you've got like 80% of the more complicated knots covered, because all they are extensions of either the four in hand or the Trinity knot. Even the Onassis knot, which is what it looks like when you just take your tie, stuff it back through the neck hole, stuff it back through where the knot is tied up, and then just pull it down so that there's not a knot. It's just tie hanging down. Even that has a four in hand as the base. What was I saying? Right. Sorry, if you couldn't tell, I have a deep appreciation for ties, cravats, and ascots, and they're kind of like a thing I know fairly well. Because ties are like cloth jewelry for men, basically. And I already like jewelry, so what is tying cloth but like an extension of that? Anyway, last time. This recap has not gotten off to a good start. We mapped out Korok seeds all along the Great Plateau, as well as the southern Hyrule / West Necluda area. And we're going to continue that trend today. And hopefully we'll find some shrines along the way to do, or quests to complete, to break up the monotony of going through Korok seeds. Now, one teeny tiny last thing before I begin. For you guys on Twitch and YouTube, hopefully, I hope I won't have to fix this on the YouTube side. Speaking of, let me just make sure I've got that popped up. For you guys on Twitch, I have... Let me just pop that up. I have two new functional commands. One is exclamation mark BOTW map, all lowercase, so exclamation mark BOTW map, or exclamation mark BOTW info. One's on a 10-second cooldown and the other is on a 20-second cooldown. If you want to follow along on the same map that I'm using, or you don't mind spoiling yourself, that is the interactive map I'm using in order to get all the Korok seeds. For Breath of the Wild information, I have found two spreadsheets, two Google spreadsheets that list the recipe requirements and the ingredient metadata. So like the exact effect, like as it's been tested and recorded down. One of those will be more relevant for us now when we go for 100%, and then when we're trying to just, you know, stock our consumable collection in such a way that future challenges are easier, we'll want to refer to the ingredient metadata so we know what we're doing. Hopefully you guys will either find this information useful, or hey, you know, at least you verified that the command works. For those of you on YouTube, I did have to split up the info command into two separate ones. Each of those has a 10-second cooldown, and it basically just... Hold on, let me make sure I've actually given you the correct command. Ah, that's what I'm missing. Let me demonstrate this one, because I bungled it. That's why. If I just did BOTW info, I thought I would confuse myself. It's ing, like ingredient info. And both of those are the Google spreadsheets. So, enjoy. Hopefully everybody, finds that useful. So now, where were we? We had two... I need to find this exact spot before continuing. So there's the Proxim Bridge. Okay, right, and the reason why I marked this one was in order to know where to start next time. Alright, let's get to it. I have taken a look at a little bit of the video. Someone sent me a, and this is Coin's memory kind of functioning in the short term and not super well in the long term. I did look at the glitch video, and as soon as I saw, like, random posing, and random positional manipulation, such as backflips, I was like, too spooky, 5 me, and stopped watching. I do intend on going back and finishing up the glitch video. Not sure I'll ever do it, but I do appreciate being armed with information. Breath of the Wild glitch hunters really are, or I should say Zelda glitch hunters are really quite a different breed. Something as simple as a backflip is enough to, or basically changing your movement information that the game is pulling on, that being enough to actually, glitch something out is wild. Nope, I got a drop. Nice. We should just use our power to get this. Situations like this are exactly... hello. No, don't drop down. These flagpole ones are quite frustrating. Even when I was, you know, mildly interested in Ocarina of Time glitches, I never really... I just want to delete the stamp. Alright, and I need to delete this other stamp. Even when I was mildly interested... Hello, I forgot to put that back up on the screen. Okay, yep. Ocarina of Time is your favorite game, but you could never pull off the glitches. Even worse, you know, the glitches in Ocarina of Time are done at 20 frames per second. So pause buffering is like a huge thing. I never really... The most I could do is stuff like the backflip skip. As soon as you have like, if you have like a bow or hook shot in Ocarina of Time and you want to get past Mido without going through the whole Ocarina scene, I know how to do that. You go into the free aiming mode, and then you backflip repeatedly while pointing in a certain direction, and you clip through the the area. There are videos out that detail this thing. Twilight Princess is way more forgiving, I imagine. Do they have interesting glitches? Yeah, there are plenty of interesting glitches if you're talking about Ocarina of Time. Most of the glitches are for speedrunning purposes. Wrong warp is one of them. There are things that don't count as movement glitches, interestingly enough. For example, if you go to the top of the watchtower in Kakariko Village, you know, the one that, as an adult, there's a guy that moved from Castle Town, and he's, like, constantly looking out, or, you know, it's completely barren as child. You can side hop off the top of that watchtower, and you can end up on top of the, old lady's house, the one that gives you the ultimate potion once you do the quest line and everything. The trade quest. That's what I was saying. Okay. Coin is speaking 50 miles a minute. This coin needs to calm down and try that again. The trade sequence, the adult trade sequence. You complete that, and dear old Granny will sell you a blue potion for 100 rupees. I'm almost sure. Maybe it might be 200. You can get on top of that house with a side jump off the tower. That's not a glitch. That's something you can do as child in the vanilla game. Pretty easy, but is it useful? Does it mean anything other than a random heart piece? No. You did Crooked Cartridge. I need to pay attention because I hear bokoblins. You did Crooked Cartridge when you were a kid? Navi Dive is fun. Don't know what Navi Dive is, but that does sound like fun. Crooked Cartridge sounds like corruption creepypasta type stuff. Maybe not so much creepypasta, but definitely corruption glitches. And you've forgotten how to even get back there legit because of the side jump. Fair. I play Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask combo randos in my spare time. And I'm just so used to... I'm so used to doing the side jump, it's not funny. I believe the intended path to get there is you go there as an adult. You go to Kakariko Village as an adult, and the potion shop while it's open. You'll be able to go through the back, and because you can't go through there as child because there's a carpenter standing watch there. And then you can go through and visit the grotto and everything afterwards. Crooked Cartridge, you lift up the side of the N64 cartridge slowly, and the game will start to go crazy, and Link can phase through stuff. Risk of losing your save data, though? Oh, yeah, okay. So it's along the same lines as like a Banjo-Kazooie stop and swap type deal. You just don't actually swap cartridges. You just don't even get to that point. Fair enough. Navi Dive sounds like an anime move. It does. It does sound like an anime move. Where is the next Korok seed? Because I could gab to anyone if given the time. Guaranteed. Okay, we've already done these two. the one that I'm thinking of over here, because my what little OCD I think I actually have is telling me to go do this. We have to wait for it to reset. That's probably going to be further down into the forest. Actually, it's right on top of the hill about here-ish. So, this way. No, a little bit more this way. All right. When I was a young kid, if I ever pulled cartridges out of an N64, my mom would have probably gone, like, full postal. Maybe even dad too, for that record, because that can like seriously damage cartridges. I'm quite sure, or it would be the type of thing that I do without really understanding why you could do it, and there would be. Let's just say, I think I would have been a less happy kid in the long run trying to do that stuff. I don't know. Branch time. Throw branch. Grab an arm. Where did I pick up an arm? I did not pick up an arm. Enough of that. We'll pick up a legitimate weapon then. Even if it is only a sharpened stick. Right, up here. You didn't do it too much because it scared you? I can imagine. I'm pretty sure, what is it? Vine Sauce? Vinny, that's his name. It's not Vsauce. That's a different man. That man's name's Michael. I want to say Vinny of like Vine Sauce or whatnot did do corruption type glitches for Ocarina of Time, and probably Chaos Edition. Not the modern one, but the old ones. Pretty sure he did both of those. There's another one. There's another guy out there that I know that did a foray into Chaos Edition for both Super Mario 64 and Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and his name is the Retro Showcase. The old videos aged like milk, but the new videos are much better and less saucy. If you need someone to make you feel better, definitely check out the Retro Showcase, and perhaps even for other reasons, but... Or maybe do check out the old stuff, but like I said, I guess I should just say 2013, 2012 was like a different time. A different time on the internet. People were saucier back then. And I want people to note the subtlety in which I'm talking about it. Alright, so we have this one. The one next door. Old humor is rough sometimes. I don't believe... Do we have well, it's not on the map. We could technically go that way, though. And there's a Talus nearby. At least a Talus that I remember. I think it's, like, back here. You just, you know, unless it's something that's super insensitive and it's just a word, I just do my best to remember. People didn't really say those words with the same degree of intensive severity that people say them now. Like, hearing the R word. When does Kilton give out the mini-boss quest? I couldn't tell you. Mainly because I have never bumped into Kilton. I know who Kilton is through, like, watching content, but not through any other means. So, I'm hoping that he doesn't... Well, I'm hoping that it's retroactive, because if not, that's going to be a whole different can of worms. Kilton's the guy that gives out masks, right? Like in Breath of the Wild? Like, that's his whole deal. Monster elixirs and masks. Yeah, and costumes? Okay, that's what I thought. I remember my siblings showing this stuff to me, but I don't exactly remember that much. This was years ago, back when my sibling was playing this on the regular. God, what is it, 4 years ago? It's fine. I'm treating this as a revisit, so it's not like I'm not spoiling stuff, but I do appreciate you being mindful of it at the exact same time. Where are we on this map? Do I even need to go this way? Yeah, actually, this is a sheer cliff. We do have to climb this. But what we could do instead... Let's get up to a part where there's a flat surface. Welcome to Skyrim climbing. Skyrim mountain climbing, the video game. There, that's much better. If only the horses could climb as well in Skyrim. If only. Right up here. I want to save this last usage for hello. We can use stasis to knock that off. If horses could straight up fly in Skyrim, we would have a whole different game. Which I am looking forward to Elder Scrolls 6. What perhaps I am not looking forward to is what kinds of things might be changed from 5 to 6 that are going to be less than stellar. Like, I wonder what sorts of lessons Bethesda would learn from Starfield. Okay, now where was this? That was not that. Oh, no, never mind. It was that one. And are any of the rest of them visible on this section of the map? No. Okay, we can just climb down and get out of here then. Maybe start going across the river and into the Nabby Lake. Yeah, that sounds like a fun idea. But if we're gonna do that, we're gonna go back up here to the Dueling Peaks. This was one of the ones I had a good deal of temptation to do early on, and I was like, I don't want to do this. I want to save Hestu for when we've actually got a good number of upgrades to trade in. Like, that was something I was thinking about early on when people voted to have this game be played. I was like, okay, how do I want to do this in such a way that it's different than just slogging it from one region to the next like last time? Because that's what I did. I had the first time experience, you know? Like, we actually sat and explored all the regions pretty thoroughly. And I thought that doing things in a sort of abbreviated speedrun type fashion for one leg, and then going in and exploring everything pretty evenly and thoroughly would be a nice shakeup. Doing things not the same as last time, which is kind of what I want when I'm revisiting a game, even one that I've only half played like this one. What I'm looking for here is some flowers. Let's see, what else could I talk about? So, I have begun the process of editing, or like, not moderating, hang on. Coin, slow it down. I have begun the process of looking over my next vlog. I do record vlogs for YouTube. I'm up to vlog number 2. It's the saucy vlog, as I'll call it. It is the I was responding to a national event in my country vlog. This next one kind of cleans up a lot of the let's say damage control I'm doing with that vlog. Like, it's not my proudest vlog, but I wouldn't call it a meltdown, you know, video either. People have to know what I'm talking about here, which meltdowns are valid. Like, that's fine. I literally just climbed up the tower. Let me not do that. It's this landmass right here. It's one thing to have them. It's something else entirely to record them, and record them for effect, right? I'm a content creator, so recording sensational material is part and parcel of what I do for my channel, but that doesn't mean I record myself looking silly. That's just a good way to get laughed at and not be taken seriously any further. Where are these freaking flowers? I'm pretty sure that if you go and start a flower trail, and you leave midway to do something else, that flower trail should reset, right? I'm not like a crazy skeptic. Maybe it starts further along the coast? Oh, you know what? I think I just realized what's happening. I need to go to the other side of the river. The interactive map, if you see white lines that lead to a Korok seed, you need to follow the white line back to figure out where it starts. Makes sense. But I didn't really... None of the other ones had lines like that, so I had to figure that out the hard way. Speaking of, like, just fully completing games in general, has anyone else had a game like this where they've, you know, pulled out guides? Whether it could be something as simple as a Prima guide or, you know, someone who's done a Let's Play of this and just kind of followed along with them and either followed the guide's explicit instructions or otherwise just... I thought that might be over there. I probably need to use Cryonis to get that and not waste time. Assassin's Creed 2, you pulled out a guide for that? Which one? As in the very first Assassin's Creed 2 or like one of the other ones? The first one? Gotcha. And honestly, it's probably not all that surprising that people pull out guides for that. The Assassin's Creed games were big. I'm not sure... I thought I was gonna sneeze there. I'm not sure if it's the same, but you've played Terraria with the wiki always open? Yeah, I could definitely see that. Because, like, in those sorts of games, I think they're larger than life. And in that sense, having access to the information freely is, it just makes the game more enjoyable and, you know, easier to play. Stardew Valley is another good one. When I'm playing Stardew Valley, I don't have the wiki open all the time, but if there's like an NPC routine I'm not very familiar with, especially when it comes to mods, because individual NPC routines on mods, there's a 50-50 chance that they're, you know, recorded or logged. Let's find the next one in that same line. Actually, Nabby Lake. Okay. And that is... Can just use the compass. It's over this way. For you, it's more about saving time. Yeah, that's more or less how I see it. It's just a time save. What was I saying before? There was a sentence I was looking to finish. Right. So if you're ever playing those kinds of games with mods installed on top, like I generally do, modded games are a big shtick of mine, and this channel's for that matter. Having wiki information or mod information open, just like usually it's mod information or mod pages I have open, they're real-time syncs. The only games you don't follow at first is for Zelda because it's your favorite series. That's fair. That's fair. And for me, that series is Metroid Prime, or like the Metroid games in general. You usually don't need a guide for a good chunk of the stuff you get in the Metroid series. It's like the super obscure puzzles. Like Metroid Dread had a couple of, speed dash type puzzles that were a little obtuse. That they weren't super straightforward. And required a little bit more thinking than I was used to out of a Metroid game. So that got a guide. Some of those like obscure dash puzzles got a guide. The rest of them, though, pretty easy. Working full-time and being an adult doesn't give much time. Yeah, it's not... I'm sort of lucky. I'm blessed. Like, I pet sit for a living, so... The only time I have work is when I have clients. So if I don't have any clients, I'm here at the house by myself. So I have more time than the average adult does, and I am blessed for this. And I do not count it as anything else. And even when I have clients, generally if I'm only doing like a check-in or something, I go to the house. I walk the pets, I brush them, I play around with them. That generally lasts an hour, tops. So then it's back to the house, and I sit and wait for either another client, or I wait for the long-term client who actually has me watch their house while they're gone. Even then, I can still bring my Switch with me and figure out some things on the fly. So I have a lot of time to map stuff out like this, and even then, I don't like spending a month figuring out stuff like that. You've tried Metroid Prime. I'm catching up on chat here. But you can't get into Metroid games too much. Your ex was really into them, though, so you know a little bit about them. That's fair. Is it the shooter aspect of the game? Is it the constant backtracking? Because Metroid, and especially the Prime series, does have some backtracking and some shooting challenges that are less than stellar sometimes. It's the shooter aspect? Fair. For me, I can't really play most shooters. PUBG, even though I have the game. Or I guess Dirty Bomb is like another one. I struggle with those. Even as a sniper, which is by far the play style I am most used to, I still don't readily enjoy multiplayer shooters like that. So, for me, I find it important that I get good at the single-player shooters, because that's what I'm going to have to enjoy. Mass Effect, Metroid Prime, so on. So, luckily, they're not... I shouldn't say they're not too difficult, because everyone has a different definition of difficult, but... Metroid Prime, or the Metroid series doesn't have hard controls. I would say the Wii and Wii U motion controls, if they have any, are what make the game really hard. More than anything else. Once you just get over it and just dip yourself in, you might be surprised at what you can handle once you get used to the controls. You remember following a guide for Super Metroid because you got stuck somewhere? Completely valid. Those guides have to be like a hot commodity, or else, you know, there's ones on the internet. But if you're talking about a primo physical guide, I'd love to see it. I need to get to Nabby Lake, and I've been sitting here yapping my jaw off, which has been fun. And also, I guess we're about to take a detour. You put off like I should go back and catch up. Hello. Super Metroid still holds up? It holds up? It does. Some of the mod ROMs are incredibly fun to play as well. Okay. Might as well make sure I fully caught up on this. Cat sitting sounds fun. Actually, I'm usually more of the dog sitting type. I have difficulty picking up cats. I know the technique, but not every cat likes to be picked up. And that could be a problem when, say, there's like a national weather event going on, like Hurricane Helene. If I have to bathe a cat or walk a cat, I'm kind of out of my element. So I tend not to cat sit unless the cat is pretty minimal. Like my long-term clients have a cat that I watch out for, and she's really quite laid back. Just feed her when it's time, make sure the litter box is cleaned, and occasionally give her catnip and play with toys. That's it. If I have to do anything more involved with a cat, it's not that I can't do it or won't learn. It's I don't want to take a chance of injuring the cat, more importantly, or injuring myself trying to handle the cat. So I have my limits. One of the things I want to do this year is attend some courses and get some licensure. Take out an enemy with only bombs. You got it. As soon as I am done catching up on chat, I will absolutely take care of that. It is noted, though. So I mainly sit dogs. And with them, really, unless I have to drive them to the hospital, which I don't really have the capacity to do, I can do just about everything else I need to do with dogs. They're a bit easier for me to handle. But I would like to be able to sit both equally someday, and I need training for that. You put off Fallout for so long because you thought it was a shooter? It kind of is. It's a shooter. It's a third-person, first-person RPG shooter. Kind of like Mass Effect, but with a stronger RPG element. And if you're playing vanilla or you're not playing a mod curation that removes VATS, you can even minimize the amount of... you can minimize the amount of actual shooting you do. There are builds that only use VATS. It's VATS is that good. Even the Fallout 4 really slow bullet time style VATS, even that it is still pretty easy shooting. You just wait for your AP to come back, which may be a problem if all you're doing is waiting for your AP to come back, but that's fine. All right, I think I've caught up to everything. Let's handle these enemies with bombs. Let's see if I can find one like this one. I can do this with the regular bokoblins easy enough. Once they start getting to black or better, that's when taking them out with bombs gets a little bit difficult. All right. I have fulfilled that particular task. Thank you so much for the redemption. I need to get an audio alert for that one. Hello. Okay, let's get some regular weapons before continuing. I don't want to use the Knight's Claymore if I don't have to. Thank you for that shadow. I just shat my pants. I'm joking, by the way. Thank you so much to Apoda Croutons for that satisfying 100-bit jolt. Thank you very much. I thought I would turn the speaking gaff into something a bit funnier. Hopefully people found it funny. Please let me know if you found it too gross. I'm not always the largest fan of toilet humor, but I can handle the basic stuff. I just don't want it getting grody. Or the most I might do is quip about porcelain thrones. Or, you know, Sight Conquers Bad Fur Day or something like that. Speaking of which, is there any game out there, just for chat in general, YouTube or Twitch, and I need to make sure that that window is open until we've taken that nice 3-minute break. Is there a rated T for teen or, like, M for mature game that you guys really enjoy? Not to say that I don't have those, because Fallout and Skyrim definitely count. But something that's a little bit more explicit. Something along the lines of the Bully series or Conker's Bad Fur Day. Is there something like that everyone has played guiltily, perhaps, in their off time? What am I doing? I don't even need to be up here. Let's not do that. Good Lord. Oh, this didn't have a chest on it or anything. Guilty... Yeah, maybe... I'll open it up to that sort of, category. Sure, yeah, guilty pleasure kind of game. This could even include things like just MOBAs, MOBA-type games that don't get played that much. I know for me, if we're opening this up to like guilty pleasure type games, there are 2 guilty pleasure games that I play, that I've played before. One of which is World of Warcraft. I've played it as a guilty pleasure before. I have a long, checkered, colored history with that MMO, which I've elaborated to on a previous stream and would like not to elaborate too heavily on in this one. The other one is Smite. So, like, I used to be a big League player early on in, like, the early seasons, like 2 through 4, something like that. And then I found Smite and became much more inured with it. And MOBAs are one of those kinds of games that I don't judge anyone for playing. I mean, I played them. I even enjoy them. The issue is people don't know how to not be toxic. It's one thing to be upset that people are having performance issues in MMOs, and some people really don't know how not to cross the line of, okay, I'm critiquing your gameplay because I think, hello. I will definitely take that. Maybe even toss this thing so I can get the club back. Nice. How did I get that? Would someone, like, maybe clip that if they get the chance? That guy was clearly shooting at me, and somehow I managed to dart under the platform, climb up, and get a sneak attack snap of the finger. That's not supposed to happen. That's a pretty bonkers bug right there. Can't think of anything, TBH. Maybe Fortnite? Yeah, even shooters like that one, I guess, count as a guilty pleasure. There are people who play them actively, so I want to be careful labeling them like guilty pleasures, but if the game has given you a certain level of ick over the years, and you've come back to it as like a glutton for punishment, it most certainly counts. For me, Smite is definitely that kind of game, where I've had some bad stuff happen to me over the years, mentally speaking, because of the toxicity that my two examples, World of Warcraft and Smite, like, both elicit from people at times. So in that way, they're kind of guilty pleasures. It's not even necessarily that the game itself is bad, or like bad game is good for me. It's just I have a checkered colored history with it. I guess the best guilty pleasure game you have is DDR Mario Mix. It's so bad it's good. I've heard people praise the DDR part of it. So that's certainly interesting. Let me just make sure. Okay. Yep, that one is pretty straightforward. Thank you for that clip. I'd play it, but I don't have any real way of showing it on stream. I might be able to. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can get this set up. Let's see if I can get this set up pretty quickly. It would be window? Yeah, it's a window capture. No? Is it a display capture? Hold on, I'm trying to see if I could get the clip. Because I know it's a kind of a big thing for streamers to be able to show clips. Might it be a browser source? It might be a browser source. Sure. This is proving more technical than I perhaps realized. I'll have to deal with this later. I appreciate you making the clip, though, Epona Croutons. I really do. And I already have to look into the other issue of the chat box. Or, yeah, the chat box doing what it's doing anyway. Some of the songs are pretty fire. It's a DDR game. I'd certainly hope so. But the story is pretty bad. That's par for the course as far as Nintendo is concerned. It's usually got pretty lackluster story for some of the games. Especially the Mario games. Like, good lord. But I'm trying to think. Did Super Mario Wonder have, like, an involved story? Because I know Odyssey kind of did. We're going to go ahead and pull up this rock here, because that's what this is. Once you unlock all the songs, though, you could do free play mode and have fun with it. Completely fair. Yeah, I used to be a DDR and FFR junkie back in the day. I was like maybe 13, 14. FFR was quite fun. Yeah, that's kind of something I'd class as guilty gear. FFR really wears your keyboard down, but if you don't mind DDR, FFR type stuff, then FFR could be cool sometimes. You love trying out the dance machines in arcades? Oh, when was the last time I've been to an arcade? You know what? That's a good question to leave you guys with on break. So, it is break time. It is the very definition of break time. We take 3-minute breaks around here. Here at CoinStamp. And, those 3-minute breaks come with 3-minute ads. So if you guys haven't subbed out of the ads, you know, either sit through them, or ideally what I would recommend is you find things to do. Because I hate ads too. If I could get away without playing them, I would, but I can't. Pre-roll and all that jazz. I really do want to thank everybody for hanging out here with me. Your company means the world to me, and every day I am counting myself more and more blessed because of that company. It helps with mental health more than you know. We're going to take that break, and when we come back, hopefully I will have that all nice. I will have the chat all nice and fixed for everybody, and we can actually see YouTube, and I don't have to keep up an internet browser source on my computer. Thanks again, and see you guys after that break. I am back. Sorry about that. So, I've got some bad news, chat, and I'll catch up on chat in just a second. Bad news is no multi-chat for Twitch, YouTube today. Specifically YouTube. So, I looked into that during the 3 minutes, and what I discovered was that because I started late, I put out an announcement on the Discord about this. Nature did not want me to start on time for whatever reason. So after I sat on the porcelain throne, answering nature's calls from the sanctity of my house, that caused me to start late, which sounds like it wouldn't be a problem because I'm still live, right? Apparently, Social Stream Ninja, which is the thing I use that shows the multi-chat in the first place, even though I'm live, I didn't start on time, so it's not detecting it as a valid chat room today. Yikes. So what I should have done before going live was set the YouTube stream to be 3 minutes before I went live so this wouldn't happen to me. I hate that I had to learn that, and in fairness, previous versions of Social Stream Ninja did not do this. It is only 2.5 and later they're gonna do this, and I really freaking am not a fan. That is true. The more you know, and knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Sorry, let me go back and catch up on chat here. Let's see, we have the cheers, we have the cat emote, sound of water with the music. It's like one of those YouTube sleep playlists. Ah, yes, the ASMR playlist. Everyone's favorite playlist on YouTube. That and the lo-fi playlists are absolutely prolific throughout the platform. Just live streamed lo-fi at all times. You like the name? Oh wait, I missed one. There's a YouTube channel called Good Night's Sleep, note the K, that you used to fall asleep to. His voice is pretty great and soothing. Good, yeah, that is a pretty nice name. And it's very punny. If you don't mind my saying. At least we know now, chat. Unfortunately, I can't say that Social Stream Ninja has the same level of relative information for anyone else other than myself. Mainly if you multi-stream. If you multi-stream, I would say Social Stream Ninja is one of the programs you should be using, because it means you don't have to use Restream.io, which Restream.io is great. But if you don't pay into Restream, results are going to be limited. Let's see. Next one is not over there. It's up north. And I think I know the one in question. Up north is going to be here-ish. I'm pretty sure there's like a well or something we have to put a rock into or pull something out of. Are you going by regions for the seeds? I'm doing my best to do so. So basically, I'm going up until like this section of Nabby Lake, and then I'm gonna turn around and start picking up ones along the dueling peaks. But yes, I am basically going by region for the seeds, because I just think it makes sense to do that, based on the way we've been playing so far. And it means that I don't have to go back through, Eastern Necluda or Hyrule Field for Korok seeds. It could just be, oh, I need to do a sweep for mini bosses or guardians or side quests or something. That's about the amount of backtracking I want to deal with. You're excited to see Hero's Journey when you've got all the seeds? There's something contingent on all 900 Korok seeds? Okay. I'm not familiar with the end. Oh, I'm sorry, you meant this. You meant the pathway. I'm an idiot. Ignore me. What am I? Insert GIF of Gordon Ramsay putting a worker's head between a sandwich and saying, "What are you? An idiot? I'm an idiot sandwich, sir." And so on. Insert that meme here. I appreciate that. Honestly, I was just looking to use the meme more than anything. I don't typically have such a negligent view of myself that readily. Is that all? Are you serious right now? So these fences are what we have to work with for this Korok. You know what we got to do, chat? You know what we got to do, my senators and inductees? We need to go back to a stable, get a bloody horse, go all the way back here, and then do that. That is awful. Because why else would these random fences be here? Yeah, this is a Korok type. Yes, it's just shocked Pikachu face. That's what I got to say. It's shocked Pikachu face. I actually have to ignore this and go to the one west of that. It's like right here. Yeah, I'm not gonna turncoat that easily. What I am, however, going to do is mark my position with a stamp, so I know to come back to it. Look, on one hand, I'm impressed that even the horse jumping is a used mechanic for Korok seeds. I'm really impressed they thought it out that much. Like, what do we think people might use? Horses. How can we drop an old Easter egg into the game? I know. We can set up a group of fences and make them jump over it. But here's the fun part. We're gonna sit that particular Korok seed across the river, which I don't think horses stumble into random talus. Yep, it's just random stone talus happens to be here. All right, big guy. Oh my god. At least these don't hit very hard. Okay, fall down. All right, let's get off before I get toppled over. The taluses, by the way, are generally the reason why I like keeping sledgehammers around. I always try to keep at least one on hand, specifically so I can both mine and I can kill them without too much issue. Now, once we get to the more rare taluses, that's not going to work. We're going to have to use our real bona fide weapons for it. And this was about how far out from that Korok seed? Actually, if we turn right around, it's like right over here. Poor Rocky, I know. They're made to be mined, though. Can I just say, all these wonderful materials, the topaz, the rubies, the opals, I know those are used for crafting, but they're going to help us buy armor sets, my friends. They're going to help us buy costumes and all of the other things we need to 100% this game. Speaking of, what is everyone's favorite gemstone if they have one? And if they don't know of one and they say diamond, that's also perfectly acceptable. Sapphire is your favorite? I already read that. I'm pretty sure I 100% already read that. Mine is... oh, geez. There's so many of them. If we're talking about ones with brilliant, dispersive qualities to them, strontium titanate and moissanite are both excellent in that regard. But I'm also just a huge fan of rubies. Myanmar ruby, or Burmese rubies, are a particular favorite of mine. Okay, done. Fair enough. Yeah, it also doesn't hurt that red's my favorite color, and so I just generally like garnets and rubies. If I were to ever get married, And if there are any potential spouses out there listening, take note. Don't be boring. If you're going to buy your significant other their engagement ring, buy a birthstone. That's way more endearing than a diamond. You could... really, the only reason diamond... I don't want to get on a soapbox. I'm going to stop myself right there. Because it's okay to buy a diamond. And I'm not going to sit here and judge people for buying diamonds. They are pretty gemstones. It's just, if people knew what you could actually get them for and how easy they are to get them, you would say, why the hell are they this price? I truly do think if people understood this, diamond saws and diamond tip drills would be a lot more common among the populace because of just how common and readily made they can be. And if you do buy diamonds, buy ethical ones, man-made diamonds, agreed. Or if you want the look of diamond, but you want something more natural, buy some moissanite. Get like a small... Moissanite is fairly expensive. You could also get spinel. Spinel works pretty well and is a nice diamond simulant, which there's nothing wrong with diamond simulants. You could also get topaz, specifically white topaz, or white sapphire even. Did you know that sometimes diamond simulants are made using sapphires and quartz? Because both sapphire and quartz can have pretty much any impurity in them, and at all. And the color of the impurity determines the color of the sapphire. They aren't always blue, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. They can be any color. Sapphire is just the family of stone it is. IRL, you love iridescent stuff? Oh, so pearls. You're a huge fan of pearls. Would I be correct about that? Those are generally described as iridescent gemstones. I'm trying to think I know there are other ones. Pearls aren't the only ones, but... Oh, or no. Not pearls, opals. Yes, that took me too long. There's opalescence, iridescence, and pearlescence. Yes, not opals. Gem Buff gets gemstone terminology wrong. The clip, the show, the motion picture and movie sequel, all in one. You didn't know there was a difference? Yeah, so opalescence is just like the qualities of being an opal, because opals have very particular light dispersion patterns. And also, their common colors are yellow, white, and orange, or multicolor. Ethiopian opal is a good example of an opal that you could not only see light dispersion in. I guess aqua blue is another color for opal sometimes, but you can also facet Ethiopian opal. You can do this with Australian opal, or fire opal as it's sometimes called. You can facet those too, but opal traditionally is cut into, or rather it's not cut, it's parceled out as a cabochon, so just a smooth polished stone, and is generally set that way. Faceted opal is quite expensive because it just doesn't hold up to lapidary work super well. Ethiopian opal is one of the few gemstones that does hold up to lapidary work quite well. We have gotten this Korok seed, and I feel like we should be moving on. Sorry. There are definitely things I've hyper-fixated on. Can you guys tell? But no, to actually make sure I've just answered the engagement question, I'm a huge fan of rubies. If my significant other is ever listening to this, and they're wanting to know, nice, sweet gifts, which you totally don't have to use for significant others, by the way. I've bought jewelry gifts for acquaintances and family. Both. There's a pair of pearl earrings that my stepmother has. And they wear them sometimes. They weren't the most expensive pearl earrings in the world, but they're still here. They're still in the jewelry closet. She just has to go out and get them. They've been there for years. Jewelry is a gift that keeps well. I don't know why I'm trying so hard to, like, go in this direction. Hello. What else could I mention? Anyone else have something that they're quite geeky about? Maybe that's the term I want to use, geeky. Like, they're super focused on. It's not something they necessarily have to know, but it's something they do know in great detail. For me, that's jewelry. And I guess to some extent, interior design also fits under that umbrella. Of just stuff I know, and not, even though it's not pertinent for either STEM or for my work as a dog sitter / house sitter, it's stuff I keep up with in great detail. Crafting? Ooh, so sewing, needlework. You could talk forever about cross stitch. I had a great aunt that could talk about stuff like that. She passed late last year. She will be missed. And she was very beloved. There's a lot of crazy drama in the community sometimes over cross stitch. Like, I'm parsing your sentences correctly, right? Did I go around? Right, we've rolled the boulder. Okay, it's like way out there. No, I've not gone out far enough. It's 3:40 a.m. Need to sleep. Have a good rest of the stream, Coin Snappy. No problem, Sizzling Seal. Thank you so much for showing up. I really do appreciate it. Get some sleep, and rest well. My dear senator and inductee, please rest well. Designer fights over plagiarism. Okay, so it's that type of thing. So, is it similar to, like, the SA... What is it? The Actors and Writers Guilds doing their strike? Where it's like, it's very apparent plagiarism? AI plagiarism in this case. Or is it, like, even the more subtle stuff? Like, yes, I was inspired by X to make Y, and there's only, like, one thing that is specifically from X, and the person who designed X and made X gets upset and accuses a person who made Y of plagiarism. Like, this work isn't derivative enough. Just individual designers infighting? That stinks. I'm sorry that that's happening. Not to say that the squabbling or infighting isn't valid, but I hope it's like, I hope the infighting is over, like, obvious plagiarism and not, oh, well, if you can squint just far enough, you can maybe see signs of plagiarism, as opposed to being inspired. Because those are two sides of the same coin. I do hope everyone knows this. It's... Inspiration can turn into mimicry at just the drop of a pen. Literally. Okay. It's one of these. I think we actually saw this on our way here. Is this Phrenic Bow territory? This is Phrenic Bow territory. Maybe right there? I hear an Octorok. Sorry, I'm having to focus. Dang it. Too early. There we go. Got one of them. Octorok's worst enemy of the game. I could see that. They're like the most annoying, for sure. Okay, we've gotten that one. What's next? Okay, out along the coast. That works for me. Yeah, and you know, it's specifically because the Octoroks in this game like lead their shots, right? They're like Dark Souls levels of you know, clever and cunning. For reference, because I don't know who has like experienced this in Dark Souls or in any Soulsborne title or Elden Ring, but archers, especially from Dark Souls 2 onward, lead their shots. You could be walking and there's someone perched on top of like a tall battlement or something, and they will have a shot ready to go. And unless you are quite literally hearing the projectile whiz through the air, you're dead. Like, Dark Souls archers are snipers. Like, all of them are trained snipers. Yes, they're too good. I had a feeling that that's what it would be. That's certainly what makes them annoying. I like the ones that suck in your rusty equipment. I like those a little bit more than the standard Octorok. Or I like the ones that are in water, because at the very least I can, you know, shoot them pretty easily. These land Octoroks are the worst. If there's any version of Octoroks I am not a fan of, it's the land ones. The green ones are just insidious, and they're everywhere. It's just lift the rock, isn't it? This is not a rock we can lift. It's a broken pillar. The treasure ones are mean? Yes, I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah, there are treasure ones. There are Octorok mimics. I think that's a treasure chest, not a pillar. You think? Let's handle our mimic first, and then we'll, deal with our treasure chest buried in the shoreline. You're right. It is a treasure chest. Thanks for the eyeball. I know these are buried out sometimes, but I'm in Korok hunting mode, not necessarily just find everything mode. So sometimes I miss the more obvious, or maybe not even the more obvious. Sometimes I just miss stuff I'm not actively looking for. I see you over there. This throwing weapon was originally used by the forest-dwelling Koroks. Its unique shape allows it to return after being thrown. But my inventory is full. I see you over there. And only after your cover is blown do you surface. Legend of Zelda, your inventory is full. The most, like, quintessential thing is just inventory always being full. All the time. I'm sorry, but this chest you picked up with 500 rupees, your wallet is full, so you literally can't use it. We're gonna close that chest now. Or, you know, when they stop doing that and just let you overfill your wallet, thus letting rupees go to waste. This chest had 200 rupees in it. Damn it. Now I can't use those rupees when I actually need them. It's why in old Zelda titles, I generally tend to tell people, incoming Blood Moon. That means we can make another pass at that particular Korok seed. It's why with old Zeldas, I tend to tell people, you know, spend your rupees when you get the chance. Don't hold on to them. That's kind of a waste of your time and everyone else's time. It's like over here-ish. I think it's move the boulder and then pick up a boulder. Yep. Blood moon rises once again. Winds howling. I know about the first one, but where's the second one coming from? The winds howling. Is that a quote from somewhere? It seems like a reference, I guess is what I'm getting at. Witcher 3 makes sense. Makes sense. I've played a little bit of Witcher 3. It's one of the games I'd like to go back to, just like the Witcher series in general. I don't have the first Witcher, but I do have Witcher 2 of Assassins and Kings as like an Xbox title. And I'm pretty sure I have my Xbox somewhere in storage. And I'd love to show that to people. I don't know. Witcher is one of those I think is probably better as a recorded series, but that's me. You've only played 3, but you've enjoyed it. We're going to wait for the Blood Moon, because we're going to have to get back. Well, I guess we can, like, attempt to dash toward another Korok. Might as well wait, though. It's really close. Oh, do you want to know a cooking tip? Sure.
The blood moon rises once again.
What the heck? It's been 8 episodes since we've last seen this. Sure, I think we can, 8 episodes? 7 episodes. I think seeing it once is fine. And then after that, we'll go a little while longer before, seeing another one. Where's the Octorok? I know I heard one. If you cook during the blood moon, oh, that's right. Yep. It's like a certain period before the blood moon. It's like within the last 20 minutes or so. You're right. I completely forgot to showcase that. Thanks. We'll have to do that in another 72-hour cycle. Also, you can cook wood. I should showcase that. Because cooking wood, I checked the recipe, recipe spreadsheet, and the recipe spreadsheet does not cover, like, the mistake items. It doesn't cover the actual mistake. It doesn't cover, turning wood into charcoal or anything else like that. It's very weird, because it is a technical item, but it's not, like, required for any kind of achievement style system, so I guess on some level it makes sense. Why tell people how to make the bad things, right? That's kind of a waste of ingredients. But the thing about this game, though, is you can farm everything. And if you can farm everything, why not just tell people how to do everything? Wood is quite literally one of the easiest things to get. It respawns every 72 hours, blood moon. Along with literally most, if not all, of the other ingredients. I can't see a reason why it would be precluded from a lot of the, like, non-IGN style guides, because IGN and those kinds of sites will cover it, but not more honest, but more detailed works like the spreadsheets I've shown you guys, don't bother. It's really strange. I find that phenomena strange. Have we taken a picture of a radish yet? We have. Good. I've gotten that one. Do I just keep going? Part of me is really tempted to go back and try and get this one. I think I will. I'm feeling batty enough that I want to try it. Oh, I forgot to do a tiny bit of shilling. Just a tiny bit. I have to knock this out now since I've forgotten about it until so much later. If you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so, please follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. Also, make sure I've actually got YouTube chat on, because it's apparently not again. Please consider doing those things. They're easy ways to help the channel grow. They're for free. And even on Twitch, you can follow... just by following, you get 5 free emotes for all your hard work with a simple button press. It's probably the one of the more invigorating 10 seconds of your lifetime. I'm kidding in that regard, but please do consider doing one of those 2 things if you hadn't done so. Please also consider checking out the Discord, which I will put in. I will go ahead and do that now. Okay. And we'll have to see... We'll have to see how well the command for YouTube works out. Okay. It actually works. Cool. Now I just need to get Social Stream Ninja to recognize the YouTube chat, and then we'll be hunky-dory. I finally got the streamer bot commands to work, so they're not spamming 50 commands at once. I just needed to change the command triggers and everything, and it's working beautifully. And I'm looking forward to learning more involved stuff about streamer bot. I'm not going to replace Firebot. I think it's too good, but I could definitely make sure YouTube has even more of the bells and whistles that Twitch has. What am I trying to do? Right, I'm wanting to go over here. The other thing... No, I've already shilled both. Right. I have to remember that, streamer brain is totally not a thing that's happening right now. Right. I've already shilled everything. I just had to get that out of the way. You know, the stuff I wish I didn't have to say, and I could forego saying, but it is damaging to not say it at the same time, right? It's like, here's a question I can ask, or like a sentiment I can check for. If you guys are watching a YouTube video, right? Because I'm not a TV person. I'm really not. YouTube is TV for me. And I'm not talking about the TV portion of YouTube. I'm talking about the traditional, ye old, bog standard, upload a video portion of YouTube. Anyone else tuckered out with the, you know, what am I trying to ask? I'm frustrated that the whole algo speak at the end of the videos, like the like, subscribe, comment, all that fun stuff. I know that that's exasperating to listen to, but we've now reached the point in the YouTube, like, content consumption metric that I'm exasperated that people have to find ways to what I call blabber speak, or speak it in less than like 15 seconds of like, oh, I can't even mention the like, comment, subscribe, because otherwise people click off or skip that part of the video. Now sponsorships are a whole different ball game. That I'm like, okay, we all know this. We all know the content creator is trying to make their money, so I do my best not to skip them. But if it's a sponsorship I've seen maybe 100 times or 1,000 times, there are some sponsors I have legit seen 1,000 times. Or it's a sponsor like BetterHelp or another one that's proven to be a known scam, then I'm not as inclined not to skip the sponsorship. That is the same spirit of like what I'm asking for, but I'm talking about just the just the like, subscribe, comment stuff, because I've seen it in subreddits where people are like, that's so tired. It's so tiring in like the 10, 12, 13 years of being on YouTube. Surely we could have found a more involved way of saying all of that stuff. Sorry, I tried to do like a half Kermit impression there. It was very bad. I'm quite sure I've assaulted my my senators and inductees' ears. You whitelist your favorite YouTubers? The whole thing just leaves me sad. I wish it weren't necessary, but I also wish people, in understanding that this is just kind of how the YouTube content creation landscape works, would just stop ribbing YouTubers about it. And either, and especially, this is the kicker, right? There are comments that are like, yeah, I totally skipped this sponsor. Like, yeah, thanks for potentially invoking a potential meltdown, a potential mental health meltdown later on in like a streamer. Now, is that really grounds for a mental health meltdown? No, but it definitely does make the content creator feel bad when they do something they know everybody doesn't like, but they have to do it because it's part of the job. Like, at least if you're gonna do that, like skip parts of the video and make the YouTube algorithm, notify the content creator. Hi, yes, people are skipping this. You may want to do something about that. AI suggestion. At least keep it to yourself. Keep the, I definitely skipped this section of the video. Just let the algorithm handle that, and then the YouTuber can partition, like, which part of their mind they'd like to access that stuff with. Because acknowledging that does not feel good. It's another type of job. Yeah, that's mostly how I see it. I only skip once I become inured or, like, numbed to an advertisement, right? And I definitely try not to skip. I'm not perfect, but I generally don't skip the intro and conclusion to a video because I know that's when the most important, perhaps some of the most important stuff you need to hear generally is in a video. It's not always just like, comment, subscribe. Sometimes it's, yes, here's a reminder to check the description because I have tons of links down there. And so I might actually be prompted to go to the description and check out some of those links because a content creator found them important enough to put in the description. I suppose that's something else I could ask about is, do you guys read descriptions? I do. I make detailed descriptions myself. It's always sad when people skip over them, but I understand not wanting to scroll to find links or whatever. I totally get that. I do try to respect people's time, so if there's anything truly pertinent, truly important, I put it in the comment section of my videos. Like, the most pertinent stuff that's relatively important in my own videos is the timestamps. Because people don't want to have to thumb through a description where I have to be more descriptive, and thus write maybe more than 1,500 words for a description. To find the timestamps, they want them right there in the comments, in case, like, the chapter viewer was also not working for them, for whatever reason. You don't comment too much because the comment section is never always that great. Well, that's a bit of a contradiction. But I get what you mean, yeah. I am not heading toward this Korok seed. I need to fix that. It's up on the top of that hill. No problem, Epona. I had to parse it in my head for a second. You guys just listened to me, get tongue-tied earlier on at the Sheikah Tower. And I had to literally tell myself to slow down. And then try that sentence again. That's not great for presentation. So it's one of those, I note it, I might make a comment about it, but comments are usually oh, okay, this is what you mean. That type of thing. It's the sort of behavior that I hope isn't annoying anyone, but I know that it has annoyed people I used to be around in the past. I'll mention this because it's part of that checkered history I talked about earlier. But when I used to play World of Warcraft, and I was a much younger man, a much younger teenager back then, like 15 or so, I had a bad habit of saying, "Oh, so you mean that?" You know, doing an interpretation and then asking if the interpretation is correct. A lot of adults didn't really pay it too much attention, but there were a couple of people who we kind of knew just didn't do great with kids. Would snap at me and say, you don't have to ask what it means. You could just, This is the part where the game makes me out to be a really big fat liar. Maybe I need to, like, leave the area entirely, like, warp to 3 different areas and try coming back. We're gonna give it a try. I'm sort of at my wit's end with this particular Korok seed. I don't want to have to keep checking these 3 trees. No offense. Koroks do be trolling. They do be trolling. Insert the little raccoon style giggle, the meme giggle. Raccoon in a trash can lid hat laughing type of laugh. Insert that here. Okay, and we're going to then go all the way up here. And then we're gonna warp. I'm basically doing the, did we load enough zones to get the thing to reset? Because if we loaded enough zones and it resets, then we're great. If we loaded enough zones and it didn't reset, okay, fine. The trees grew back at least. I believe we cut down those trees. So I know they've come back, like the trees have. Just the apples haven't. I thought so too, Epona Croutons. I thought so too. We're about to find out if it was just like a loading zone thing, or if, oh, well, the trees reset, but now the apples need time to grow. We're about to find that out. Going back to, like, actually, you know, answering the third previous sentence. What are we trying to troubleshoot? Hey there, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Good to see you. How are you in health and spirit today? I hope you enjoy your stay. We are trying to troubleshoot this particular Korok seed. The Korok seed in question is a triplet of apple trees. And we need to take one of the apple trees and match them up with the other 2 apple trees. But I made the mistake of bumping into this particular Korok seed before knowing what I was supposed to do. So I cut them down and wait for the blood moon to reset them. But when I went to check those trees again to see if the apples had, were there, they weren't there. If not, if the trees don't reset, then I know it's a little bit more time sensitive or time related than that. But glad you could make it, Mr. Rowan Darcy. And yes, the Korok trees are being rude. Now, to answer that statement from about 6 statements ago, 5-6 statements ago, which I have to pull up again. I totally get the comment section not being a great place sometimes. My comment sections are usually pretty tame, but that's because I'm small. SMOL. Large comment sections, I guess unless you're a drama tuber or, you're mired in controversy or something. Unless you're like someone who is natively controversial, comment sections are generally tame. Unless they're backseating comments, and then they're a little bit less tame. I'm sorry. I know. Oh, it's right here. I did a brief Google search, and some people are saying it's time-based for respawning trees. You know what? That checks out. That's accurate. All the Koroks are rude in this game. All 900 of them can catch these hands. Yes, they are rude. And you know what I learned? I learned Wednesday, courtesy of you guys, that Tears of the Kingdom has 1,000 of them, which is just wild. There are 1,000 Korok seeds in Tears of the Kingdom. It got worse. Yuck. Yikes. Gross. Disgusting. Ugh. I can insert enough of those words. Hello. I don't believe we've spoken, sir and or ma'am. I suppose it makes sense with the expanded areas, but yeah, it's still bad.
Yeah.
Hey, you a traveler? Grab a spot by the fire if you like. I'm a traveler merchant. Name's Gyro. Tears of the Kingdom you haven't 100% completed because of this? Valid. Completely valid. What, I feel like Nintendo is still kind of learning the wrong lessons about their games. And that makes me sad. Frog Gems sounds like a Tears of the Kingdom thing. You were really proud, but you never finished the game. Fair. This game I've not technically finished either. And, you guys are gonna help me do just that. Nice to meet you. Crazy times we live in, eh? I go into the forest all on my own to get my wares, but there are far safer ways to get them. Such as buying from travelers like you. Let me make sure YouTube is still functional. Alright. I'm gonna minimize YouTube with the hope that it will blink when something is going on over there, as it sometimes does. So, do you happen to have anything rare you'd be interested in selling? They saw people's complaints about Assassin's Creed and the feathers and said, that sounds like a game-selling top-tier feature. They did, yes. Literally, the only reason you used the guide for Assassin's Creed was for those dang feathers. Now, I did beat Assassin's Creed 2, and I think there were feathers in the original. That's one of the only ones I don't have access to, and I've never played, as the original Assassin's Creed. It's super buggy on PC, or I would have gotten it already. I only had to pull out a guide for 2 feathers in Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed 2? Yeah, around 2 or 3 feathers. There were some that were just really freaking tricky, but I was pretty proud of myself for having beaten the game and only having to pull a guide out for a few minimal things, really. And it made you irrationally angry? Because it probably felt like you invalidated your own ability, right? We're gonna get rid of some amber, because we need to stockpile rupees for armor. Yes, please. Making money couldn't be easier. The PC version can be fixed. Ubisoft has a check in the PC version that is looking for a defunct server that no longer exists, so it stutters when it checks for every 10 seconds. You have to redirect the check. That's actually really nifty. I'm gonna do myself a solid, because Assassin's Creed is something I'm looking to maybe make a recording of eventually, and I'm gonna take a photo of what you just said, because that's too long for me to write down. Okay, snapped. Thank you for that, Epona Croutons. Really appreciate it. You can post the Reddit thread of how to fix it in the Discord. That would be lovely. Especially for when I go to maybe test the game on my own. I would love to be able to preempt that before recording starts. I want to sell 6 opals. Okay, my turn. Want to buy something? What are you selling? What are you buying? I'm gonna take your arrows. Because we sorely need those. We have less than 50 of them. See, we have no swift carrots. Sure, I'll take some swift carrots. I won't be able to check out that thread now, but I definitely will do so after streaming. It's just like with the glitch video. I missed whatever was just spoken. What section should you put it in the Discord? Good question. I would probably do it in the gaming table. Let me pull up the Discord real quick. I'm pretty sure since it's game related, it should go in that Discord channel, but let me make sure just point you in the right direction. That way there's not a mix-up. You can also do it in just the round table hold. Either will be fine. Yes, the gaming table. You could put that there, because that's where the information for Project 64 1.6.2 is. As it's still technically game related. It's just not, it's game software related. I wish there were a way to scroll back and see what previous people said. Even the areas near civilization are full of monsters these days. Just strolling through the woods could be dangerous. You be careful, you hear? Aye. By the way, have you picked up the climbing gear yet? No, we have not picked up the climbing gear yet. Pretty much all of the gear is a work in progress, but we are picking up Korok seeds. We're kind of just going throughout the region and picking up Korok seeds where we can. More or less. So we're kind of filling out the parts in one section and then moving on. I do have to grab a horse so I can go back and pick up this Korok seed. If I remember correctly, climbing gear is like out toward the village down south here. There's a coastal village over here we haven't bothered to grab yet. We haven't bothered to grab the Sheikah Tower for yet. And I know it sells, I believe it sells climbing gear. I could be wrong about that, though. It's been too long since I've played through that portion of Breath of the Wild. What do I want to do then? I guess back to the Dueling Peaks Tower and go from there. Just figured you asked because I know you've hated using Rivali's Gale. It's not there. The gear's in that island on the Necluda Sea. Ah, that's right. But Ravioli's our friend. Rivali is fine. Hated using the Gale when you didn't need to is what you mean. I'm a little bit more open to using it these days. Mainly because I can't climb this, right? No, I can't climb that part. Me, blitzing toward Rivali's Gale and then being excited to use it pretty much right away when I went through a good chunk of the game and never used it is quite an exhilarating experience. So I appreciate it a lot more now. So I use it anytime I need extra air, or especially off of the towers like this. I want to be making sure I head in the correct direction, which is going to be at Batria Lake. You grabbed it first this time, round 2? For those who are wondering, when did Coin do this again? Episode 7. No, I'm sorry, episode 6. It's the one where I drew in the lasers on Von Meadows' like gaze. I drew lasers on that thumbnail. It's over on the YouTube channel, youtube.com/swirlingvortex09. Let's take a moment and position ourselves nicely. I wonder if you could use Gale to make it further for the gliding challenge, perhaps. LOL, yeah. I went in what I assume was the typical order. Zora, Rito, Goron, and then Gerudo. Funnily enough, and Mr. Rowan Darcy can attest to this, and this will be the thing I say before taking a break. And I have to shill before then, because I don't want to forget this time. Mr. Rowan Darcy was here when I originally visited the game. We both have been longtime fixtures on Twitch. I went in a clockwise order, so I did not hit the Rito. I don't think I ever actually hit Von Meadow, but I came pretty darn close to hitting it around the third Divine Beast in. I actually went and did the Goron Divine Beast right after the Zora's Divine Beast. That's a memory from a pretty long time ago. There we go. Words. English. I promise I English good. That was over what? When did Breath of the Wild come out again? 2021? 2020? Something like that? Yeah, because there are mods that are at least 4 years old. 2017. You know what? You're probably right. I forget. I think 2020 was when modding Breath of the Wild started being a really big thing. So it's been 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 8 years. And I started Breath of the Wild roughly 2019, 2020. Absolutely nothing of note happened in 2020. It's like that year just sort of voided out of our minds, huh? I could believe that. Pre-pandemic history is absolutely a thing, guys. And I'm mainly speaking to the audience that doesn't think it's a real thing. I've already told you guys, and here comes the shilling. Feel free to plug yours if you want. If you guys want to financially support me in any form outside of, the small biddies here, or not outside of the small biddies. Let's try this again. I want people to be aware that they never have to financially support me. That's never a requirement to be here. I always appreciate the financial contributions that come this way, however, and I'll never turn up my nose at money. Never. Because money is important. It's a necessary fuel for this world. If you guys do feel like tossing some at me, I would definitely recommend, for those on Twitch, a Prime Gaming, which you get for free if you have an Amazon account, or even more ideally, a Tier 1 Twitch sub, because $6 to cut out ads and get all the Tier 1 benefits is just the best bang for your buck. Absolutely. The Tier 2 and Tier 3 are thank me tiers. I don't even recommend them unless people just feel like shoveling extra money this direction. But please, if I could, tell Twitch, I want this $2. I want the subscriptions to be $2 and not even 50 cents, just $2. I would, but I can't. So usually what I'd recommend, folks, especially for YouTube, is Patreon or Coffee. You get 95 to 99% of the same Discord-derived benefits as people on Twitch, because that is most of what my benefits are, is Discord-derived benefits and emotes. But emotes are strict Twitch exclusive. Patreon and Coffee even has custom content, even has semi-exclusive content. As soon as I get caught back up on editing videos for the main channel, I plan on resuming edits for the Patreon and Coffee semi-exclusive series. I want to get those. I already have the videos and everything. I just got to get them edited and posted, and those stay exclusive for about a month. So if you want extra content, look there, and you can get that. You can get that extra content for as low as $2 a month. That's the lowest I can put it. Otherwise, Patreon and Coffee will yell at me. Is the Patreon link not working? I'll look into that. Thanks. I really appreciate that. I've shielded you too long already.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
Thank you, Rivali. Thank you, Ravioli. I'll look into that. I'll see if I can't fix it real quick while we're on break. You guys know the spiel for break right around now. 3 minutes and 3 minutes of commercial ads. Please definitely feel free to get up, get a snack, stretch, so on and so forth. And with that, I will be back as soon as this commercial break is finished. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. I apparently made some mistakes in trying to fix the Patreon link, so I had to go back and check those. Super sorry about that. Hopefully I wasn't longer than, say, 5 minutes. Or maybe exactly 5 minutes. I just put in a new link. So I tried the one from Patreon that's like, yes, I'm gonna... And I promise I'll catch up on chat in just a second. I clicked on the one that's clearly meant to be copied, right? You know, it's the one that you're supposed to give your users. Nope, didn't work. Got a Twitch read error and everything. Make sure YouTube is on. Read error and everything. I just put in the HTTP link, the actual, like, website link that you don't get to copy unless you're kind of savvy with internet stuff. And that one worked. So check it out on your own time. Let me know what you think, and maybe if it works correctly or not. All the other ones should work correctly. If not, in my profile should be a Linktree link that just has access to all that stuff. Patreon and Coffee both have content on there. That said, since I've not put up any new content for Patreon or Coffee in a while, you can just find that stuff directly on YouTube. It'll be future releases that get the semi-exclusive month attached to them. Oh, you're gonna pick up each other's arms, huh? It gives a new ouch. It gives a whole new meaning to keeping one within arm's reach, or at arm's length, or whatever. Where's the other fang? Yeah, here we go. Hopefully everybody got something out of their commercial break that they wanted. It's probably not ads, generally speaking. Usually for me, when I'm sitting through ads, I generally tab away and find something else to do for 3 minutes. They're just trying to lend a hand. Hold on. I need a soundboard redemption for this. I wish I had something. I wish I had something in that camp that was just funny. Damn it, I don't have anything useful. Most of mine are like saucy redemptions. Dang it, I don't even have anything on my private soundboard that I can kind of spam if I want to. I don't have anything that's funny. I need to seriously get on top of that. I'm getting lazy in my soundboard game, and that's bad for you guys. Because the soundboards have...
Erdtree, grant me suck.
I'm still really proud of that one. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I know. It's plebeian, and I absolutely... it is absolutely the humor of a 12-year-old, but... I'd like to think that my audio editing skill was pretty good there. I know. Shocking. I guess it's just I'm not as in tune. Did the Talus respawned? Of course the Talus respawned. Well, good old chum, I guess we get to kill you again. More rubies? More amber. Who can say no to that? I mean, I could think of plenty of people that should say no.
This is revenge, you witch. And you ghoul.
Okay, get off before it throws me off. Okay. And one more time for the masses. I need to come up with a mod-specific version of that quote, because you obviously know what it is. I was I was in that point with Firebot where I was trying to
Behold, your mother is dead.
yes. Behold, death. They're not the best soundboard, I know. They're not the best soundboard edits, but I do genuinely enjoy what I've made. It's one of those, I know it's not good, but it's mine. For those of you that have art, that have like an inclination towards art, whether it's drawing or audio mixing or what have you, maybe you can answer this. Is there a certain sense of joy you take in making something? And you know it's not the best. You know it's not even good. Like, art is subjective, but like you'd think that most people would probably objectively. I don't know why I held X there. But you can take some pride in the fact they're yours. You know, especially when it's maybe just a little, ever so slightly, above what you would consider average effort for yourself. Because those edits are not average effort for moi. They're a little bit worse than that. Here's one that's a bit average.
These namby-pamby tarnished.
That one I would consider a little bit more my speed. But I assume you do get some sense of pride from from making art that is yours. I guess that was what my question was. And I guess that's the feeling I'm trying to describe, is just that objective pride, that subjective pride of having made something. And it being good enough that it isn't, that other people can find it enjoyable. Making something should be about whether you enjoy it, not if you think it's good. I agree. I generally agree, but I still have that... How do I word it? I have that desire for it to be more than just whether I enjoy it or not. I want other people to enjoy it. And it's... If other people aren't enjoying it, it's either because it's not their cup of tea, or because I've done some... I've made it in a way that is less palatable to people. And that latter portion, making something that is less palatable to people, is a genuine motivation for why I make the content that I make, and why I try so bloody hard at it, is because I want to eliminate that part of art. You've got to head out and prep for your own stream. Was fun to hang out. Thank you very much for hanging out with me, croutons. Epona croutons, if you're still around, I might raid out to you. But go enjoy your stream. Once again, if people don't know, haven't checked out Epona croutons, please do so. They're Breath of the Wild streamer as far as I can tell, and time will tell if they stream anything else. Yes, and likewise, have fun, take care, my senator and inductee, enjoy yourself, and have a good rest of your day. Where were we? Up there? Yeah, right above this nubby part. Nice. It could have been worse. I could have flipped out into the water and drowned. Usually if the shield's gonna break during a shield surf, I think I may want to legitimately fly over this. Fly over here, grab the treasure chest, and then get the Korok seed. Sounds like a good time. Mr. Rowan Darcy, I would like to apologize if I haven't been answering Discord messages as of lately. I think I explained why I didn't answer the last one in a timely fashion before, but I just wanted to make it readily apparent that if I hadn't answered a reply today, it is because by the time I would have issued one, I would have been streaming. Just thought I would get that out of the way while we happen to be here together. Oh, it's okay. Trust me, I know you weren't ignoring or anything. I appreciate that. I got I've got an acquaintance and a friend I need to get back to as well. It's been over a week for one and approaching 4 days for the other. And it's just, my sleep's been pogoing lately. I've either been up during the early portions of the morning. I'd wake up at about 4 or so. And then I'll sleep during the midday when I'm not streaming or recording anything or not editing. And then there are times where I absolutely wake up at 10 o'clock at night. Or 6 o'clock at night, and I'm up at night and go to bed in the morning. It's the back and forth between those two schedules, and it's kind of gotten to me lately. Same. Mom's new work schedule has me all sorts of messed up. Yeah, because it's the night shift, right? Or like second shift. I think that's what you said before. How is that job going for her, if you happen to know? Okay, what is this actually saying I need to do? Of course. More rocks. Where's the thick tree at? Is it? Except that is the wrong thick tree. We need a thick with 3 C's tree. Is it this one? No, there's a different tree, and I know it was somewhere around. Actually, I'm looking in not quite the right spot. It's like over here. Oh, I hope Mom's new job is going well. I can't imagine working for a car, like a car company or a vehicle company is the easiest thing in the world, but it's supposed to be security detail. 3 to 11 on some days, and others it's 7 to 7. It's going well. Once her leg is healed up, she'll be doing fine. It's just that right now, because she's injured, you're having to get up early AF to help her make lunch and help her get ready. Yikes. Yeah, waking up beyond or before an intended time is usually a good schedule destroyer. And I'm going to have a reckoning with that when I get ready for the next monthly meeting downtown. I'm under instruction to not really mention the name of said organization either, so I'm being careful, but we generally meet in the evenings, and me waking up in the morning and being asleep in the evening is not fun to have to try to correct for about a week out from said meeting. That's gonna be fun. Maybe part of it is also I started exercising. I started going out for jogs this month. So me having generally less energy to spend is a bit of a problem. It's not really a problem, it's the cost of exercising, right? But I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Or not missing anything in terms of Korok's. Way over there. She technically still works for the security company she was with before, but the client that is that Rolls-Royce place. See, for me, you also just started class on Wednesday, and you're also prepping to run Strahd. Yeah, how are the preparations going for Curse of Strahd, by the way? Are they going well? I know I'm probably part of those preparations, so you can't mention too much. I saw an Octorok somewhere. Where was it? I heard it spitting rocks. Nice. Okay. I keep feeling like it's over here, and it's just bloody not. Okay, I'm gonna try to ignore it then. Oh. Did you make the mistake of emerging little... Oh, you know what? It's probably this little tree sprig over here. Nope. It's one of these. I need a sword. I I hate using a claymore on that, but whatever. At least it's dead. And we definitely need to pick up some more weapons. Right now, all of our expendable ones are bows, and I don't like that. But yeah, I know you can't share everything, but I am curious how it's coming along. Pretty good. You're almost done reading through the intro adventure and some of the first few chapters of Strahd. Probably not the best read, huh? Gonna have to start printing things out, maybe making minis at some point. I'm glad you're making progress at least. I know some people take a look at the adventure paths, or like the intro adventure and some of the routes, and just say, nope, gonna do this a different way. Gonna be more linear, less pick a path. It's a good read. It's just info dense and requires lots of note taking. I can imagine. And I think one of our other dear friends said as much when I've asked her about it. It helps that you've played it before? Yeah, I would imagine so. Even though I haven't played Curse of Strahd, or like I have played parts of it, I have watched people run through like the old DDoS, not DDoS, but old DOS type games. And so I kind of have a more intrinsic familiarity than most players do when it comes to things related to Curse of Strahd, back when it was called Strahd's Possession. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up having to dip your toes into Strahd's Possession and see if anything's changed between that and Curse of Strahd that you may be willing or want to incorporate. Although those old AD&D 2E campaigns are not necessarily the nicest read from like a socio-cultural standpoint. So you just kind of it's one of those, if you intend on borrowing from AD&D or 2E, you do have to be prepared for some of the gnarly things that could be found in there. Because I want to say Strahd's Possession definitely did not pull any punches. I know the digital games definitely didn't pull any punches either. I see you over there, Korok. Or Octorok. Wow. Streamer brain definitely happened just then. Goodbye. Maybe I should, pull up my big boy britches and go kill a camp of bokoblins. Get some cheaper weapons to work with. Because it's nice having these big ones. Don't get me wrong, but man, is it a waste to keep using them. Okay, we already got that one. Good. I'm trying to think. Here's a question I can ask folks. For those who've played tabletop games, in general, is there a campaign or like a particular adventure path that really stuck out to you? I know for me, I often cite Pathfinder's Rise of the Runelords, Pathfinder 1E that is. I cite that one as a memorable, like, adventure path, because it's one of the most talked about ones, and it's one I've actually sat down to play through, at least some of it. And there are just certain things about that particular adventure path I'll never forget. Quite a bit has changed between them, but you're running it mostly as is with a few tweaks by suggestion online. Okay, gotcha. Pretty happy with how it's gonna go. The thing about Strahd is there are lots of groups with their own agendas, and also events that happen in the background, whether you guys are interacting or not. Yeah. It's not always just Strahd. There is other stuff happening. It's just most people that I've seen play never get to that part, or treat it as more of a lone wolf type adventure for one reason or another. The story makes it clear that it's very possible for you guys to miss things because you take one path over another. It very much exemplifies Robert Frost's The Road Less Traveled. And the road less traveled is very much a love and hate thing. You need to have a road you can't take because tension, and because it just represents real life. And on the other hand, not being able to see everything is just kind of a natural human dogma, or like human psychological thing you have to deal with, that people have to deal with, because we can only ever travel down one road in our lifetimes. And it's fun to be able to kind of ignore that limitation of real life and experience all the pathways that some piece of media can offer for us. Your favorite so far has been running War for the Crown. It's full of fun, intrigue, and political strife. A personal fan favorite. Spy action and full-on fights. It also does a semi-decent job of making you guys care about the NPCs and the places you've been. Yeah, I've heard almost nothing but good things about War for the Crown, and based on personal discussions you and I have had, I can definitely see why. The political intrigue in particular is something that's always been a hallmark of interest for me. It's hard to get or replicate that in a campaign that isn't prepared to deal with all that political intrigue, though. I definitely intend to make one of the chapters of my own campaign at least one chapter dedicated to political intrigue, but it's hard to do when you're running a Tales-style campaign where it's like, there's this bigger, overarching, world-ending plot. You only have so much time to play politics. I still think there are ways you can do it, but the current chapter we're in is just not a great time to do it. At least that's how I'm seeing it. Sorry, I'm kind of speaking in media res to someone who knows what I'm talking about. But, so that explains this particular Korok. Got it. No. Get in the stump. There we go. Right. I'll read that in just a second. I also run a tabletop. I have not run one recently, like I'd say within the last year or so, but I do run a tabletop campaign of my own, with Mr. Rowan Darcy and a few other people. And it is a Pathfinder 1E mythic campaign with the inevitability of becoming epic, which means it goes past level 20. I have all kinds of rules set up to take advantage of that, and it's essentially all of the history of Galarian has happened, and we're now at the end of times. And how do we deal with the end of times, so to speak? That's pretty much how I could best describe it without getting too specific. And it requires a lot of knowledge of Pathfinder's set dressing that is Galarian in order to fully take advantage of that, including supplemental source material. And making content for that is always fun. I just have to have the time to do it. Let me go back and catch up on chat here. There's a few gripes about a lack of direction in some sections. Yep, you and I have discussed this personally. And also introducing some people and groups that never show up again. Yep, sounds familiar. Which kind of sucks if the players end up really wanting to interact with them. Yeah, that's always a real stinker. You either find ways to retcon more stuff to do with those NPCs, or you just accept that that's kind of a flat note of the campaign. It does kind of stink. So I'm wondering how much better written the 2E material is in that regard, of not bringing up or having a purpose for every character and having a possibility of every character being recurring. I'd have to take a look at a 2E adventure path sometime. It does pique my curiosity. Your campaign takes more of a global stage. Yeah, that's kind of the thing about Tales games. There are definitely moments in a Tales game where you do deal with politics, but at the end of the day, the politics are always kind of a secondary vehicle, or they're like a blip on the road toward dealing with whatever existential world threat you're having to like learn about and work toward dealing with. It's very much a clash of ideas, where politics are not your responsibility so much as making the politicians get along and play by the rules. Yeah, exactly. Participate enough to peacemake and not go past that. There will be a point, I can't allude to it yet, and mostly because it's in a free-form mode at the moment, where politics will play a bigger role, but it will be... I'm trying to make sure I do it in a way that doesn't elicit too many real-world I guess it's inevitable when it comes to politics, but not too many real-world comparisons, or like you're still kind of playing alongside the politics and only tangentially getting involved. Things like that. Or being able to participate in the politics in a way that we can't do in the real world that you totally can do in the game. It'll have to be after all the major existential crises are averted. I can at least tell you that. Tabletop talk. Especially on a more personal level. Anyone else have a play group that they've been, friends with for a really long time? I've had my play group for the better part of maybe a decade, maybe a bit more than a decade. Fun times. If you guys don't have a dedicated friend group like that, I would recommend socializing and getting a friend group like that, even if it's online. Anything. Being able to share in human kinship is more of a tonic than maybe some might realize. And since 2016 for our group, yeah, so not quite a decade, but we're getting there. It's really close. Although, I'm not quite sure. You have multiple play groups, right? Although Shadows of Six has been playing with us since 2010, yeah, there's definitely more of the... I apparently did not pick up some fangs or some horns. Yeah, a lot of us know... Well, not a lot of us. All of us know each other in real life, which is what makes that possible. Sorry, I'm trying to entertain two courses of thought at the same time. It's not really working, so let me figure out what I need to do next. Yeah, but the Wednesday group has only been since 2018 for you? Gotcha. Yeah, that checks out based on about what time we started having discussions about that group and what you've said before in person. Yeah, that makes sense. Here, let me help your focus for a bit. Oh, man, I'm trying to find a... I'm pretty sure Nabby Lake is part of... It should be part of Necluda. That is one of the ones that doesn't have a redemption noise, something I do intend to fix before the next stream, which will be Sunday. That timer starts right now at 3:59, so no speaking for 5 minutes. Okay. Sorry, I need to break that timer for one other quick question, Mr. Rowan Darcy. And I'll have to leave your response on read, of course, but one of our recent audience members has said that the What the Fox Didn't Say, like, I can't say this word challenge should be 10,000 channel points. And I'd like to know what your thoughts are on that. And since I know that response is going to take you a few minutes to type out, I'm going to take the time to focus on Korok seeds and not talk for 5 minutes. Okay, I think that timer has showed up, has, you know, come and passed. I might be a little bit off, but I think that's been a reasonable amount of time for silence. So I can actually go back and respond to these comments now. You saw that? Good, good. Yeah, it should. It's too cheap. 10K is reasonable considering how difficult it could be. And how disruptive it could be for progress, as is evidenced by, let me just get rid of this, by one of the last Sands of Time VODs in which Axel challenged me not to say the And that took the whole stream to do, which was fine. If people wanted a Point Crow special, they definitely got it. But he is much better practiced at not saying certain things compared to me. I have to put in a lot more work. And "the" was just like, the word "the" is such a ball buster to have to avoid saying. It's not even funny. Oh, bring me back that mushroom. Thank you. Just wanted to give you some time to focus on gaining weapons and seeds. Thanks. Speaking of, you know, giving me time to focus, how about that command too? Also too cheap? Or, did it only take me 25 minutes? I should be using a woodcutter's axe for this. That one is 20, you know, me having to shut up is, 2,500 points. You think it's fine? So it's strictly just the not saying a certain word? Interesting. I guess I'm underestimating just how disruptive that redemption is. It certainly does put everything into perspective. I wonder if that's why when Point Crow does those sorts of things, aka Eric Marino, you know, it's actually like a full-blown production because it's that difficult. It was hilarious. Yeah, and it didn't take you... I cast some... to be honest, I've cast some of my VODs out of memory. Not because they're traumatic, it's just a lot of information to have to hold. So thank you for watching the VODs. I really do appreciate them. Appreciate that. Excuse me. It's only disruptive if people choose super common words, which, well, what are the redemptions? They've been super common words. I is... Usually when Axel redeems it, it's I, but... Or the, so like, always common words? Dang it. I wanted that fleet-footed frog. Swift frog, whatever it is. Shadow said it was really funny, and I was sad to have missed it. I want to say that one was also a "the." Like, I couldn't say "the." But Axel kind of like... When Axel redeemed it, it just kind of became training for yours truly. So I was a little bit more invested. It took me maybe 13 minutes to get down. I basically just had to either take a second or correct myself every time I would start to say TH. And toward the end of those 13 minutes, I essentially just had to stop using, like, prepositional or, like, helping verbs, strictly to avoid articles or those or this or these, and instead having to take either the really long way around or just taking a second and thinking about what it is I'm saying, like actively thinking, not the word "the." I'm glad he caught that. I'm sure that tickled him really funny. Ah, okay. Now, that 25-minute figure makes more sense. See, Coin even has issues with memorizing his own streams. I suppose if you wanted it to be slightly cheaper, you could set it to 7,500. That might be worth voting on because we have a slightly more robust audience now, and we can have this nice feedback. And I feel pretty confident 10,000 would get the vote. Actually, I rather like that number. And the 25 minutes was in reference to the most recent Korok seeds. Yeah, the Sands of Time one. Now that I've got my memory a little bit unscrambled, thank you for that. It took me all stream in Sands of Time. Axel and I had a rather good laugh about it when I finally got it. No, come back. I pressed B for like a slight half a second, and the frogs just up and ran. Goodbye, tireless frog. Hello, sadness. Okay, what did I even make it out to this Korok? I didn't even make it to the bloody Korok. I'll definitely be thinking about the redemptions and the soundboard, all the soundboard stuff. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe this weekend is the Avatar, The Last Airbender tabletop. Is that correct? Just want to make sure I know which things I'm supposed to be bringing for tomorrow. Pretty sure it's just my usual bag with a notebook. Okay, what's the next one while we're here? The next bridge, basically? Sure, next bridge, and then we kind of actually start going through the pass and everything. That's correct, but we may need to ask if people are okay with the inclement. Yeah, that was going to be my next question, because we're experiencing, some roads are starting to experience black ice where I live. I'm saying it that way for people who maybe perhaps don't know, like, which region of the U.S. I'm part of. We are dealing with a winter apocalypse, as it's called, a winter storm, and black ice has started to appear on some of the roads. So I totally get not wanting to subject people to that. That's just a safety hazard. That's an accident waiting to happen, and I don't want that. Nobody wants that. But if we do end up having the session, well, I want to be sure I'm ready. You know, being prepared, right? I could have swore there would have been a bird's nest up there. Same here. Mom has to cross the bridge to go to work. God. Oh my God, that new job is just now that's just now factoring in for me. I'm sorry. Yikes. I am, like, giga worried about that. Because people aren't going to be rational, reasonable drivers. They weren't last year. They're not going to be this year. And it's until people actually, like, have to drive in the black ice, they don't really, they have a lacking appreciation, or a certain non-appreciation for inclemented roads, hazardous roads. She leaves early to drive safe, but she has to take the I-20 all the way up to the exit you used to take for USCA. Ah, okay. That's quite a ways out. Quite a ways out from your house. It's not that far from where I am, but you do have to take the odd exit or two to get there, if my memory serves me correct. You just have to take a... you have to take a different exit off of 520 to get to it, if my memory serves me correctly. You know, I just realized I went entirely the wrong direction. We gotta fix that. It's like over this way. Well, I presume Mom would be at work. Maybe I should text her that. But if I don't, would you be willing to give Mom my regards and tell her I hope she drives these roads safe this upcoming season? I'll definitely text it, though. I'm not going to forget that. It's just one of those, just in case I happen to crash or something. Would you mind doing that for me, please? For those that are wondering what I'm doing, I'm heading up to this bridge right here, because that is where our next Korok seed is. I'd like to think we're doing pretty well. If we do everything right, we might have close to 100 before Hess do. She is, I will. You can text her, but she'll be unlikely to respond until 11 p.m. tonight. Yep. That's what I figured. Thank you. I appreciate that. What else can I talk about? Thinking. And it's nice that it's finally stopped raining. It rained for like the last couple of in-game hours. I'm sorry. Why are bokoblins here? I guess they would be on horseback out and about these parts. Goodbye, Sir Bokoblin. I knew ye ever. You know what? This could be great. No, I think I need to wait for it to stop, though. We can actually, we can use this to our advantage, chat. I was thinking about things to say, but this is sort of taken precedence for at least the short term. I'll point it out here on the map. There's a set of ruins here, and the way you get the Korok seed is bloody brilliant, but also really infuriating. You have to leap over a bunch of hurdles. You have to leap over 3 hurdles, which means you need horseback. I always... So, bokoblins. Oh, I wonder which is the way to pronounce it. I've heard both. I'll have to look into it after the stream. I've heard bokoblins. I've heard bokoblins. I prefer to say it... I prefer to think of it as... I prefer to think of it as like saying bow and then goblin, but you just change some letters around. Okay, we're gonna make it stop. Okay, now that I have that horse's attention. Just gonna make it like, I'm gonna bribe it with delicious sweet fruit. Which works for a lot of animals, by the way, scarily enough. I'm pretty sure you can hold one and it'll take it from you. No, it has to be on the ground. That's... frick. That's fine. I am curious about the pronunciation. Oh, come back, Sir Horse. All right. So let's see if we can't attempt this particular Korok seat. I think you can hold it, but do you have to have it saddled? You might have to have it saddled. There we go. By the way, Mr. Owen Darcy, is that whenever there's been a chat message, have you been hearing a small beep? I've had a couple people tell me no, but I figured I would get another opinion, just in case. So if you can type like a couple of test messages, and I'll be quiet during those. I've worked really hard to try to get this working properly. The idea is that it lets me know when a message is. You don't think so? Alright, I'm gonna be quiet for 2 minutes, just in case. Starting right now. Do I want to just take this to stables? I think I might want to take, like, speed run to the stables. No noise? Good. So I've set it up correctly, which was the thing I was concerned about. Thank you. So for context, I have a part of my combined chat doc, which I have to get tested, apparently, because the YouTube does not want to work with it for some strange reason. There's an option that lets you set the noise, like give you a small noise when there's a message around. And because it's the combined chat doc, I thought, oh, this would be a great addition for yours truly, so that I don't miss any messages, whether they be bot generated or my own. And I made sure I set the audio track that the noise is on to be not on any of the tracks that are used in OBS. So it's nice to know that as long as I've got it set, I have it set to track 2 right now, but I'm gonna probably set it to like track 4. It's a track I never use to start with. And probably keep it there because I don't, and the reason I wouldn't keep it on 2 is because of the recordings and everything. I don't think the horses can swim. Worth a try. Pretty sure it's not gonna work. No. Nah, fam. That ain't happening. Okay, how do I get them? Oh, I have to like... Oh my god. I have to take the bridge? Seriously? Yuck. Gross. Alright. We're gonna get some distance away from enemies, and I guess we'll take our last break for the stream. Oh, poor horse. I'm sorry, little bud. I didn't mean to bonk you into the tree. Horse. Hello. Oh my god. Please tell me you're not stuck there. Thank God. That would have been hilarious, but also tragic. If, ramming a horse puts it into a tree, which makes it unretrievable. That would have been hilarious. I think you clipped it up her ass. I did. It was stuck in her right rear... I'm sorry. In her right butt cheek. I was about to say rear butt cheek. Like, horses had multiple butt cheeks, but that's not true. I mean, they have a left one, but... not a front cheek or anything. Anyway, yeah, I did clip it in her model. Unretrievable? I really do need like a mild applause type of soundboard. I know, it breaks from the immersion. My immersion. But I need to write this down for my own benefit before I forget. I really need something to reward everyone's puntastic spirit when they show up in here. No! Are you serious? Get on the horse! Get on the horse! I didn't mean to jump there. I got pelted by a rock midair by a dastardly Okay, coin. Would you mind calming down and then trying that sentence again? I got hit in the back by a land-locked rock mid-jump on a jump I did not intend. I'm having control issues with this horse today. I'm I'm gonna go ahead and put a saddle on this thing rather than continually waste my time. Because this thing is quite difficult to control without it being, sufficiently tamed. I also need to, thank goodness these trees are too big to have rammed up, like, you know, clipped into your ass, madam or sir horse. Unfortunately, with my current setup, I can't look at a clip right now, but welcome back to the Chronicles of Coin Can't Drive. Apparently. This is, like the Mako all over again. No, stop moving. Stop moving. No! This is great. Alright, ZL and then A. It's not difficult, Coin. I can pilot the Mako just fine, outside of like crashing it into lava once or twice, or flipping it over every so often. But horses? I can't do horses, man. Yes, I would like to register a horse. You sure this is the one? Yes. Mm-hmm. Locally made saddle and bridle. We have plenty of rupees for this. Let's see, 9 characters. What do I name this horse? And it does have to be TOS friendly, so I can't just name it anything. I can drive just fine, except for all the traffic incidents I had. That hits a little closer to home. Yeah, I can, I definitely feel the real world creep of that quote, intensifying. Name her Trunks? You got it. I was probably gonna name her, Apple or something. Or Leaf. But yes, I'm gonna name her Trunks. Plus, it's a Dragon Ball reference, so that's like that's double dipping right there. And I will never ever accept like mainline Trunks, although I know his like amazing character growth. I'm always my heart's always gonna be with alt universe, like time warped Trunks. Because that man has a good head on his shoulders. Whereas, like, real Trunks takes after his dad, like, appropriately. Perhaps a little too appropriately. I would like to, board this horse. Actually, we should tame it. We're gonna take this horse. I've never watched more than 3 episodes of DBZ. I've watched some of the, okay. I don't know what the deal is with the collaboration, but I guess we're gonna try. Okay, let me see how this is gonna work from, like... Thank you so much, Axel, for rating the stream and collabing, which I think is what that notice was. I do need to resize that alerts. Welcome on in, Axel and rating party. Welcome to the stream. How are we all doing in health and spirit today? And I hope we enjoy our stay as we're collaborating with the Breath of the Wild stream together. Let's now you can feed her apples from your arms, you think? We'll try that. So when streamers are collaborating like this, I want to make sure I explain a little bit of how this works, and I'm gonna have to keep an eyeball on Twitch chat especially, because Twitch chat, I should say the combined chat doc, will show all those things, but I can't actually reply to like people from Axel's stream with the combined chat doc. I have to still refer to Twitch chat for that. Collaborative streams are weird. But how is Breath of the Wild, or rather, how is it going? Hopefully it's going well for you. But yes, if you guys don't know who Axel is, please check out Axel LPS. They've been streaming Breath of the Wild lately, and I wish I could have attended Thursday's stream. I just zonked out super hard. I'm really sorry, Axel. I even made a note to write down that particular stream, and I just... Tired. So sorry. I appreciate the latitude. When's your next one, if and you don't mind my asking? You didn't advance anything in the main quest today, but that was nice otherwise. Duly noted. I want to make sure you're cool with being here, or you intend on leaving soon. I want to make sure not spoiling you is what's going on. Next one on Breath of the Wild is Sunday. Okay, I'm streaming that day, but I think I might be able... It depends on when you do it. I might be able to attend, I might not. We'll have to see. Probably for the best if you don't wish to spoil yourself. Hopefully you've at least seen horses and it's not a big deal. You'll do it in the morning. I guess that'd be about what? If it's at like mid-afternoon for you, it'd be about 9 or 8 o'clock for me. You saw horses? Good. Okay. And eventually it won't quite matter where I am. Eventually you'll catch up and have seen the areas I'm now combing back through, so to speak. I have a separate piece of paper for this. Appreciate it. Okay. Got that written down. I'm a little bit less likely to forget. But hopefully it's been fun. Hopefully it has been fun. We're just about getting ready to take our break, so now is probably a very good time to take your leave, if and you are so inclined. But yeah, if you guys are looking to catch more Breath of the Wild, definitely check out. I guess for us in the US, it'll be about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. Please check out Axel. They're working really hard, and I'm hoping to see Breath of the Wild streams from her real soon. We're gonna take that last break now. You guys know the spiel. 3 minutes and 3 minutes of commercial ads. Please feel free to get up, get a stretch, grab a snack, wear your pack, do all that other fun nonsense. And I really do want to thank everybody for, keeping me company today. Thanks for the biddies, donos, subs, so on. Really do appreciate it. And with that, we're going to take that break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. I am cleaning my glasses, and then we will resume right away. Hopefully everybody enjoyed... Or I shouldn't say enjoy, because nobody likes ads. What I mean to say is, I hope everybody got something they wanted out of the commercial break, whether that be, you know, the commercials themselves, or... I hope the chat didn't get replaced. Okay, no. Everything here is still the same, I think. Yeah, everything here is still functional as far as I can see. Or, you know, whatever you were going to do during commercial break, you know, sustained you, entertained you, or was otherwise necessary, crucial, and important. Let us turn over now to the correct scene. It didn't get replaced. Just quiet, very tired. Okay, no, that's fine. I was just... shift that back over to where it should be. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, the, when the whole collab thing got started, that, combining the two channel chats didn't, like, mess up the combined chat dock or anything. Because I'm not very familiar with combined chats like that one. I'm less studied than I should be when it comes to collab modes on Twitch, which are a new thing. And mostly, I'm just not studied because generally I don't collab with people on Twitch. Especially over a single-player game, which is totally valid. I mean, you can collab with single-player games. It's just with what I generally do, and the fact that I'm small generally means I don't use the feature much. I know it exists. I know the chats are combined. That's really about it. Now, if we ever do a multiplayer game on stream in the future, which it's not out of the cards, it's just you guys have to vote for it. We never did visit this, like, particular location. I guess we can talk to people. Ah, customer, are you traveling alone? This inn gets full marks for beauty, so I highly recommend taking a rest here. The river here makes for some lovely scenery, and if you head northeast from here, you'll find the Millennial Sandbar. The scenery there is every bit as lovely as the scenery here. I'm something of a connoisseur of beauty, you see. I simply cannot resist a beautiful sight. I try to exude this in all things, not least of all my own beautiful appearance. Okay. Speaking of, has anyone ever told you you have the most beautiful features? You know, flattery will get you everywhere, Goddard. Everywhere. I do have many fond memories of this beautiful land. If you have the time, would you indulge me? Oh, please don't let this be another Cass explains the game moment. We don't need that here. Oh? Okay. This man would say, "Where's my hug?" at the end of a date. What a creep. He does exude that energy a bit, doesn't he? It's the face. It's the face. It's not because closed eyes. Hashtag don't make fun of Brock from Pokemon, people. That's not cool. It's the cheese-eating grin along with the rest of the face. That's what gets me. I'm a bit disarmed in front of this man, if I'm being honest. Oh, I'm going to drop the voice, by the way. I tried, but I'm getting a bit tuckered from doing that. Oh, you would? Even more beautiful on the inside. Now, let's see. Now back to the misplaced emphasis production of what? Women want? Insert whose line is it anyway reference, because I said that wrong, and I should, Anyway, enough of me just garbling word soup out to the masses. If you head north through Hyrule Field, you'll see the castle surrounded by that fool. Coin, calm down. Foul aura. Good God. It has long been a den of monsters, but in its glory days, it surely was a thing of wondrous beauty. It was in that very castle in those days that my ancestor, my grandfather's grandfather, I believe. Anyway, he worked as the castle's appointed chef. I couldn't believe it myself. Oh, how I wonder what sorts of cuisine members of the royal court enjoyed in those good old days. As a child, I would often suffer meager meals. A fool aura. You better. And for whatever reason that one didn't play, that one's supposed to have an audio alert associated with it. And my OBS stocks just broke. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Trying to do this left-handed is weird. Yeah, taking out that chat doc by accident really screwed everything up. Gonna switch hands. Okay, fixed. You didn't play the redeem. That's really weird. Let me try redeeming it. Not that it's gonna make a difference, because it's still the Twitch interface, but...
Do you take me for a fool?
What the heck? Blurp! I hope people heard that. It's not a big deal, and in fact, actually, when there is dialogue like this, I would almost prefer to fix it, because... it's not like, it's not Skyrim. There's not a dynamic environment. It just didn't want to play the redeem for some reason. That's really weird. Okay, momentary glitches momentary. It's not like the world's dynamic like Skyrim, right? You know, the Radiant system, quote unquote, that Todd Howard lauded so highly. Rolling eyes intensifies. Anyway, meager meals, all while dreaming of the beautiful dishes that might have graced my plate. You sound like a bourgeois, sir. This is bourgeois mentality if ever I've heard it. Todd Coward. And if you try hard enough, Todd Cottard. Who is known for his well-engineered cod pieces. I'm just kidding. Hashtag do not steal trademark. Anyway. Yeah, Todd Coward. Oh, man. And releasing Skyrim 3 times, all to make Starfield. I can't. I don't know what to do with that man. He's such an enigma. It's not even funny. Oh, if only things had been different. Gourmet spiced meat, seafood curry, mushroom risotto, egg pudding. Oh my, I think I'm salivating, and it's my pursuit of those childhood dreams that explains the fabulous... Ah, you're an Epicurean then. That does explain things. It complete with, Onassis knot scarf. Fabulous body. Well, I mean, at least you're exuding body positivity, Goddard, and that's a good thing, and anyone who says otherwise can take a hike. These days, I enjoy my time working with these stables, sharing my tales of beauty with any traveler willing to listen. I mean, I too would love to be an Epicurean as like a full-time job. I would love that sort of thing. But I still wonder what could have been. Anyway, excuse me, I seem to have caught myself prattling on. But upon looking but looking upon your perfectly symmetrical face and discussing meals of beauty has rekindled my desire. If you should happen to set foot inside Hyrule Castle, could you find it in you to keep an eye out for a cookbook? There must be one lying around somewhere in there. I'm simply dying to finally sample food of the royal court. We won't be headed there. His new title is the Prattler. Got him! Okay. Enough of me cackling like a mad schoolchild. Yeah, definitely prattling on. Alright. Munch, munch. Eat the apples. This is one of the cuter things you could be doing in Breath of the Wild, by the way, is just feeding horses with apples out of your hand. Are you all done with apples? Yep, looks like you're all done with apples. That's much better. Is there anything we actually want to do with this right now, though? We can also delete that. I don't think so. Hungry ass horse? Golden ones tame faster, by the way. I can imagine so. I'm looking forward to being able to tame one. It's just now is not that time. If you want to stay for a rest, yes. I would like to board this horse. Yes, board trunks, please. Your horse is in our care. I don't mind the horses in Breath of the Wild, but can I just say I'm more of a footsie person? I much prefer moving around on foot, or actually, if I'm being truly honest, I'm more of a paragliding type. That's like, I think I've mentioned this before during the second VOD, but the paragliding is really the time where you can just kind of veg out and think to yourself, like, okay, with the ground underneath me, with no enemies to shoot at me, I can kind of think about things for a minute. I get all existential when I start paragliding for long periods, and we'll definitely have the ability to experience that much later in the game. Oh, you meant golden apples. Oops. Once you get more stamina wheels, you should tame the giant horse. Also, don't say you're footsie person. Fair enough. I'm definitely not a footsie person in that regard. Rather, I like having my feet planted on the ground and moving that way. Or not moving via mounted creature. Except spiders. Mounted spiders are a thing that I think about sometimes. Super Rumor Mill EX Volume 4. From the moment you wake to the moment you sleep, my mind is full. You're a grounded person. I am a grounded person. At least I'd like to think so. Then again, I can be pretty flighty when I want to be. What would you guys consider yourselves to be? And you think about mounting spiders. Mounts on spiders. As in, you know, put a saddle on it. Yes. Because I want to experience what it's like to ride something that can climb walls. Good lord. Mind, gutter, brush, get it out of there. Because I'm certainly not thinking about that with spiders. No. Absolutely not. No shame to anyone who does think about spiders in that capacity, though. I would find that a particularly rare and impressive feat. Considering what we're talking about. Spiders usually creep people out or trigger phobias of spiders, which I'm really sorry that that's happening. Gale Dacario's voice, a mounted spider. A mounted spider. You mounted it. I think we should get you some fresh air and have a long talk about unresolved childhood issues. Yes, we should. At least we didn't lick the spider. That would have been really awful. Ugh, no, don't lick spiders, children. Or adults, for that matter. Just don't lick them. If you're going to put your tongue to a spider, roast it roast it over an open fire first, or bake it. I hear, although there really aren't spiders big enough to eat like that. That's a World of Warcraft leftover. Stop mounting the damn thing. Okay, let's get back to the rumor mill. I'm getting all giggly, but that is one for the clips. If'n I ever or actually, this is a little too long for a clip. I'd have to go back and highlight it, but this is one for the highlight mill for sure. My mind is full of rumors. Even my dreams are gossipy. Tracy here. You find folks keep up with dream rumors too, don't you? Well, this one's so good it might as well be a dream. Listen up, history buffs. This tidbit is about the brave soldiers who were tragically wiped out during the Great Calamity. The royal guards who protected the royal family. Amongst Hyrule's soldiers, only the best of the best had the honor of guarding the royal family. Apparently, the equipment they wore could still be found somewhere in Hyrule Castle. They say a former maid spoke of the treasure near the dining hall, in the guard's chamber, and on the second floor. I do hope one day Hyrule Castle is restored to its former glory, compete with royal guards. I wonder when a royal guard in shining armor will come sweep me off my feet. Tracy's recommendation? 5 stars. I love how the soldier armor gets 5 stars, but the Master Sword gets 1 star. Hello, Beetle. Hey, you're a great customer, and since today is a customer appreciation day, I want you to have this. Okay. I can't really use this, but it's fine. I mean, I can, but I don't want to. Okay, sorry. I had to take a nice big gulp there. My mouth was getting a little bit sticky. I was sticking to itself. Fixed. All fixed. An arrow created using ancient technology. To be struck with one is to be consigned to oblivion in an instant. It deals devastating damage, even against guardians. This even works on those guardian things. It's amazing. I hear it works best if you hit the guardians in the eye with it. This old guy named Robbie gave it to me. To find him, go way north past Zora's domain, all the way to the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. Old Robbie makes a bunch of other weird weapons and clothes and stuff. I guess he's what you'd call a mad scientist, which is kind of cool, but also terrifying. But cool, because who doesn't like a mad scientist? If you want strong weapons and stuff, you should go see him. Anyway, back to business. What are you looking for? Or, what are you selling? What are you buying? What are you selling? What have you got, Beetle? Because I've already ground up money. Tireless frogs that I do not want to buy. They're too damn expensive. It's too damn high, I think is how that quote goes. You're just gonna buy 1 pack of 5 and call it good. I'm sorry, Beetle. I just don't want to spend money on stuff right now. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, it's late at night. That's not gonna cut it.
Ah.
Welcome. Will you be staying with us? Mounting spiders. Look, I can't help that I'm gonna Okay, I can help, but I choose not to. Help that I do sort of have a thing for wanting to use spiders in novel ways. Of course, to actually mount a spider would require the spider to be really, really big and thus not way too scary to handle. I would never want to think about spiders that size, except in weird fantasy contexts. And honestly, if I wanted to really mount a spider, I could just... I could save up enough money for a 6-month subscription, and really mount a spider mount. or something along those lines, like a World of Warcraft style spider mount, if I really wanted to do that. It's not a complaint. It's just, it's fun to clip these sorts of moments. It is. It is. Sleep until morning, good sir. And the whole thing about spiders as mounts is actually something I don't share all that often. Or like a slight fascination with spiders. It's weird, because in real life, you know, me and spiders are not the best of friends. I'm not deathly afraid of them or anything. I can thank my biology classes for that one, but I certainly don't want to wake up to one on my chest in the morning. It is something that has appeared in my nightmares a handful of times, and spiders in nightmares are not fun, usually. But I do find them fascinating, and they are interesting creatures to study. And any spiders that are venomous. Excuse me, venomous spiders. Generally speaking, the process that goes into making antivenom is super interesting. And I wonder if people have ever played around with the idea of using antivenom or venin if in other capacities besides just yes. I'm thinking of like a rad scorpion pie type of situation, where as long as you don't have any open sores and the stuff doesn't absorb into your blood, it might actually be safe to ingest even. Have you gone to the giant castle north of here? That's Hyrule Castle. It's said to have fallen to ruin. There we go. Over 100 years ago. I used to sneak in there to salvage ancient treasures, but it's too dangerous to go in there now. These days it's surrounded by an eerie mist and savage machine-like creatures. Back when it was safer, I went in looking for this ultra-rare equipment that once belonged to the Royal Guard. Checking YouTube real quick. I don't see anything. Yeah, right, we already read that sentence. It's legendary among collectors, but I was never able to find any. What about anyone else sitting around in the stables or open camp? I guess we're gonna take the opportunity to switch out axes. Just get a fresh one. Anyone else out here? Nah, I think it's just goat. And I don't want to kill these goats. I have no idea. I have no idea if people are going to get mad that I've killed them. Hey, that's a valuable animal. Insert Skyrim quote here. We are going to go bird bashing for eggs, though. Thank you, sir. Thank you, cuckoos, for your eggs. I've gotten it correct this time. There is no weird bird name that I'm mangling this time. I'm never gonna live that down, honestly. The whole cuckoo thing. It's cuckoo. Like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. At least I sure hope I've gotten it right this time. I would hate for that sort of thing to happen a second time. Did we still not get that one? No, because we tamed a horse. Yeah, we tamed a horse is what happened. Yeah, let's fix that. So that's what? Like this way-ish? Maybe tilt a little more like this? If I hadn't said it already, which I have, but I'm going to say it again anyway, I really do want to thank people for hanging out with me today. The company has been really nice, and I knock on wood, like seriously knock on wood, but I really do think my channels are starting to take off. I don't know if it's just luck, persistence, or both, but it's nice to have people to talk to now. Even if they're an ocean away from me, maybe perhaps especially because they're an ocean away from me, it's nice to have people who come in and chat about various aspects of the game with me, and, you know, across the ocean or not. I'm happy to have people here. Glad to be here, even if you go quiet sometimes. Oh, that's no problem. Lurkers make up the backbone of every stream, and I want everyone listening to know that. I never want to do anything to endanger those who lurk here. I want you to know that your lurks are welcome, they are loved, and they are appreciated. And if any streamer is disparaging lurkers, don't. I guess maybe indirectly I kind of am when I'm talking about the whole quietness, or like actually having people, but I hope people don't see it that way. Who did you bonk over the head? That's enough. You all right, ma'am? That was close. My aching head. Why did I think it was a good idea to take this road? I like watching the river flow by. Is that such a crime? No, not at all. Seeing the water stream so peacefully makes it hard to believe the great calamity really happened. Then monsters attack out of nowhere and I think, oh, right. Time to head back to the stables. Whatever. Typical. Just typical. I try to have a day out just watching the river go by and now, I'm going back to the stable. Alright, back to the stable then. Going back to what I was saying before, it's nice that my effort, yeah, it's both, is starting to yield some fruit. And I'm hoping sometime this year I'll hit 100 YouTube subscribers. And somewhere along the way I'll hit 4,000 watch hours. I've technically hit 2K watch hours already, which isn't all that bad. But that's 2K watch hours. I know, I'm talking about meta level things. I'm super sorry, but I'm expressing my happiness at certain metrics being met, and I couldn't be more grateful. Wow, what an asshole. Alright, asshole. I guess he gives new meaning to the words battering ram. Anyway, I'm quite grateful. Is this the flower one? I think this is the flower one. We're gonna have to do the flower one, guys. Flower Blight Ganon, right? It's everyone's favorite Flower Blight Ganon. I think this is the shrine? Oh, watch it. No, this is the correct one. The Flore Sandbar. Florette Sandbar? Flore? No, it is Florette. I had it right the second time. So pretty in bloom. Look, aren't they lovely? Hello, Flower Blight. How are you? I wanted to see how the shrine would look with flowers around it, and it's wonderful. Please, feel free to take a closer look. Just don't step on them. Please take some time to really admire the flowers. I worked so hard to plant them. Oh, this shrine. I remember this shrine. As long as you walk and you kill threats without using a sword, we're fine. Isn't this just nice? Strolling through a field of flowers. Birds are singing. Bees are buzzing. And on days like these... ... Fuck this lady and her flowers. You know, you share a sentiment similar to those who have fully played through Drakengard 3. And for those who don't know, Drakengard 3, the big takeaway is F flowers. Because flowers literally F over everyone in that game. Everyone. Just flowers growing out of people's eyeballs. Thank you for finishing the quote. I wasn't going to. I was going to leave it tastefully blank for people to fill in the blanks. On days like these, ladies like her should be burning in hell. Yup. Like I said, flower blight, Ganon. Let's use a bow here rather than risk, you know, popping precious flowers. Would this be a field of poppies? You know, I could see someone getting incensed over, you know, poppies being slashed open. I could definitely see it. And why is there a random pitchfork here? Why? That's begging to have Flower Blight Ganon yell at us. I mean Magda. Because that's her name, is Magda. At least I think it's Magda? At least I saw it on screen a moment ago. I'm pretty sure it's Magda. Oh. Evil. That is evil. Oh, we finally broke a bow, chat. Oh well, it was bound to happen. Let's pay attention and make sure we don't slash any flowers. Okay, so if you guys want a hearty radish, after the shrine, you'd like to get away from the area a bit and then shoot a bow with a fire arrow at it. I was thinking of doing the exact same thing, Mr. Owen Darcy. Just light it all on fire. Even better, I'd like to light up a nearby patch of grass and then use a Korok fan to fan the flames that direction. Big hardy radish. This hardy radish has grown much larger than the average radish. It's rich in analeptic compounds that, when cooked into a dish, I'm sorry, my humor is 12, temporarily increase your maximum hearts. Analeptic? Yeah, analeptic. It's the I could say it a slightly different way, and we would definitely be in real trouble. Okay, we can at least move regularly now. Bird, baby bird, flowers are dying. Bird, baby bird, I like it, I won't deny it. I'm not sure if I sung that right, but I honestly, I think I kind of broke what I was doing the second I laughed. Hillarau Shrine. We've already seen this animation. The Blood Moon was one thing, but the shrines are something else. We don't need to see this 50 times. Or I guess in this episode's case, once. It was pretty good, thank you. I guess I wasn't trying too hard. Maybe I have more of a singing... I'm kidding. I don't have a singing voice. But maybe I secretly kind of do if I don't think about it too hard. I wasn't thinking about it too hard, which is why I could sing better, I guess. That's weird. Or is it? Ah, the whole wait and see in dialogue form. Pretty sure we need Cryonis for this one. I don't think there's a treasure chest under there, but there's only one way to find out. Actually, we don't even need, we don't even need to wait on that raft here. We could literally just use Cryonis. Let's see. The Blood Moon is one thing, my hero is another. I beg you don't respawn these monsters, damn Ganon. If you don't know, the song is Please, Please, Please by Sabrina Carpenter. I will have to look into that after stream, and I'm gonna write that down. Where's my pen? Right here. Okay, written down. I hope everyone has enjoyed the gameplay and commentary today. Today's commentary, you know, despite it being kind of laggy and maybe catatonic in some portions, has been really quite active and spirited in others, and I think I owe a lot of that to you guys. I always try to take the time to say this stream is just as much what you guys put into it as what I put into it. Of course, I am obligated and expected to put in more. Like, I don't want there to be a mistake in, like, obligation and responsibilities, but I do like to think of my streams as being collaborative even before Twitch came up with collabs. Because anytime anyone talks and has a story to tell or has something they want to talk about or something to say, you know, that's added value. And that's added value right from the peanut gallery / the audience. And there's a lot of value, I think, sometimes other content creators maybe don't take advantage of, or are otherwise not interested in taking advantage of that value. It's understandable because everyone has a different creative vision, right? And I certainly don't want to get in the way of that. But also, I always think a content creator's vision is better with their audience, at least with an audience that means well and actively cares about the input they are giving their content creator / entertainer / streamer. What pose do you have for us, Sir Monk? Nah, it would be photo. Is that a peace sign? That's a peace sign. That's like an okay sign. Really neat floating rings, though, Sir Monk. By the way, and this is just kind of on a different topic real quick. For those that looked at the thumbnails today, as well as the thumbnail I submitted to the Discord yesterday, you guys notice a difference? It shouldn't be too difficult to spot, but if you're not used to looking at YouTube thumbnails, you may not immediately spot the difference. You're gonna make me do this, huh? Alright. Yeah, I don't want her yelling at me. I want her to do that, like, off screen. So we're gonna come over here. Just like so. And then we're gonna burn up the land. And then we're gonna whip out a Korok leaf. No, you must not hurt the flowers. They're screaming in pain. Woman, I will hurt your flowers day and night. And I'm a naturophile, or a naturophile. I love my nature. But you've made my life difficult. How many times do I have to say it? Please treat the flowers with care. They're living things, you know. I know there's a way to, like, torch the whole field at once, or... I'm sorry. Oh, that cutscene just made me eat my Korok leaf. Cool. We love that. What was I saying? I was talking about something, and then I, proceeded to get real cute with flowers. I think what I have to do is be sufficiently far enough away from her. We can see the fire burn, but... Dang it. Oh! So many times. I lost count of how many times I've told you. It's just so many now, ma'am. Or sir. It's been 3 times? Exactly 3 times? How do you not understand? Why don't you get it? I work day after day after day to plant those flowers, and then you come and hurt them over and over and over. I will make you understand. The flowers rage. I can feel my controller vibrate, so I'm pretty sure we're at critical health right now. Look, do you see? The shrine has changed to a pretty color. It must be pleased with my gorgeous flowers. Burn, baby, burn. If I had more fire, arrows, burn, baby, burn. The flowers be dying all day and night. Okay. Okay, enough memeing. I've had enough of that. Ladies, gents, non-binary people, it's been a pleasure. Let's take a look and see if there's anyone to raid out to. Otherwise, I will cut and run. Anyone I've built rapport with, I should be a bit more specific. There are a few raiders or a few streamers I feel comfortable doing this with, largely because I have built a relationship with them, but generally speaking, raiding random people has had mixed results for me. Oh, there is someone I can raid out to, assuming they are still live. Because it looks like they're still live. I'm going to flicker this on Twitch one more time just to be 100% sure. Because sometimes the Twitch docs don't always update, is what I should say. Sorry, I'm really having to double check what I'm seeing. Pop out saying one thing, and the live display is saying something else. We're gonna go with it. If you guys don't know who Klebus is, please check them out. They're from Estonia. They work really hard on their content. I've been meaning for a long time to check them out, and we're gonna go do that now. For you guys on YouTube, I don't really have anything left for you. I want to thank you, especially you guys on YouTube, because you're the ones that get shorted by all this, for hanging out with me. The next time we're going to stream is Sunday. That is on the Google Calendar. Please go ahead and check that out if you're so inclined. It's in the description. And for you guys on Twitch, also check out the Google Calendar. It's in the it's in my Discord. And it's also in my link tree, which should be in my profile somewhere. Definitely, please go do that. It's the best way to stay in touch, stay up to date with my schedule and where it's going. My name is Coin. Most people call me Coin, so we're going to stick with that. This has been another episode of Breath of the Wild. I look forward to bringing you guys more streams of this. It was nice to be able to do a shrine today. Maybe I'll make that like a secondary goal of just getting one or more shrines done every time we stream. So it isn't just me sitting there looking at my cheat sheet of where to find all the Korok seeds. That I know that gets boorish. Stay safe and take care of yourselves, my senators and inductees. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be DM or on my server, or anywhere else, really. Take care of yourselves. And with that, goodbye. Oh, I should mention we're going to raid Clabus as well. Please feel free to join, or don't. The choice is yours, but I wanted to make sure I got that out there. I knew I was forgetting something in the exit and everything. But take care, guys. See you next time.